Hello, 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 hello. Is there anybody out there? Hello. Good to see you, Shades. How are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome to Tuesday. Good morning. Ooh, you're at a nature preserve? That sounds wonderful. Welcome in. How is everybody doing on this Tuesday? I have a pretty fun craft for us in mind today. Something I've been thinking about for quite some time. It was highly, highly inspired by an Instagrammer. However, this Instagrammer's aesthetic is, well, let's just say quite the opposite of mine. So we're going to be doing it in a similar way, but a little bit more my style. So I find that a fun way to DIY is to kind of get like an inkling of an idea and then to make it your own, you know? That's my way of doing things anyways. So, let me just give you a little sneak peek, if you will, of my basket of goodies here. Hello. I'm going to be art soon. Now, I have a little table. I'm going to pull it over. Oh my. But first, I need to find a piece of fabric that I can cover the table with, because when you're crafting, sometimes it can get messy. Sometimes it can be totally fine. Oh goodness. Oh my. I am just making chaos over here. So I have this little trunk full of fabrics. So I'm gonna pick a fabric to use because I don't have any just like plain fabrics, because that's just not not really my style. Oh, I also have these little tiny frames that I may or may not paint today. So we'll decide that later. We will decide that later. I have to get these flags out of the way. I'm not like an American stan kind of person. Let me just clear that up right away. This is Guns N' Roses, okay? Do I get a pass? Do I get a pass? My stepfather gave me that when I moved out of the house. I got a good old fashioned Pilsner flag up in here that we bought from a liquor store one day. It was hanging in the window and it's like all sun bleached and rough looking, and we offered them $20 and they took it. So that's how we have that. Um, I got a bit of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fabric. That might do. I mean, look how much of it I have, right? That might be the that might be the move, but we'll just keep digging and see. It's a old bed sheet that I have torn apart multiple times for many, many different projects. I don't think I'm gonna be using this today. It's way too pretty. Like, come on. Oh, it's a little stained. I wonder if that's blood. It's like orange. I don't know. Anyway, that might be the case. I am actually leaning towards this one here because it's already really dark. It's like a satin blood stain. The people at the fabric store when I was 20 were probably judging me, but that's okay. There's a couple sort of lacy bits, but I don't think that's not going to cover the table, right? It's cute and there's spider webs, but hello, welcome in. Thank you, Rake. Welcome, 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 Rake. Yeah, these are not going to cover the table. They're just very pretty. They're all very lacy. I got some skulls. Yeah, these are skulls. They're hard to see unless you open it wide open. Little skulls. I got the red and the black. Those are not gonna do. Oh, this ancient beauty. If you used to follow my YouTube account, this is the fabric that I used in the intro. This is the fabric I used in the intro of my YouTube, so that's really neat. Very vintage. I have some pretty ornate pumpkins. I'm not going to be using that today, I don't think. They're so pretty. That's got to be used for something really special. You know, I'm really leaning towards the blood splatter, because if I do get any black paint anywhere, the black blood splatter is the most easy to hide. All the rest of this stuff is so just a bit too fancy, you know? There's even like fluffy, furry zebra print. That's cool. Okay. So I'm gonna go with this. I think it'll cover the table really well. And, you know, I could just try and hide anything that ends up on it. It also seems to be a pretty big piece of fabric. That's my little tickle trunk. That's my little magic trunk. Hello, Rake. Welcome in. It's great to see you. I'm doing a little DIY Tuesday today, like a little tinkering Tuesday. So we're gonna sit down and we're gonna work on stuff that we've been meaning to work on for a really long time, but haven't gotten around to it. That's the idea here. And so I've been thinking about the craft that I'm gonna be pulling off today for a hot minute. Let me just put this trunk aside. Okay. We have our table. Our tablet. How you doing? DIY Tuesday. Hello, welcome in, Druid. It is great to see you. I have a baby fan to dry glue, to dry paint, all sorts of stuff. And this is the fabric we chose to drape over my workspace. I think it's pretty cute. A little deadly, a little cute. I'm a fan. Oh, that makes me happy. Okay. Now my table will not have glue or paint or anything of the sort. It's a little bit wrinkly, but what can you do? What can you do? So, this is my little basket. I'll bring it over again. I got that's a little bit of paper. I really should show you the inspiration for this craft, actually. That would be a really good idea. Let me start off by doing that. Ugh, why is protein drink so weird? Thank you, Druid. Let me show you the inspo for today's craft. So, here we are. This is the lovely, lovely Trevely. I found this page when I was scrolling through the Reels section of Instagram, and I just find all of their art so fun. So fun. I think It's really, really cute. Like I said earlier, though, this is not really my aesthetic, as you can tell. I love a pink pastel girly so absolute much. So freaking much. I love a pink girly, but I'm never gonna be one, and I've come to terms with that. I'm a red girly all the way, so. Exactly, you nailed it, Druid. You nailed it. Felt taxidermy is on the menu today. This creator will turn any kind of plushie into taxidermy, and I think it is the cutest thing I've ever seen. I'm pretty sure Frankie is the first video that I saw of theirs. And so I said, you know, what can this take? Like $5 worth of materials. And it's about that. It's about that. So this is the basic gist of it. You kind of make sure everything's down and you can glue your little buddy straight to the board. And then you just kind of like decorate from there on out. And so this is kind of what I'm going to be tackling today. I implore you to pull anything out of your cupboards that you have been neglecting. I know I've been neglecting DIY for too many years, and so that's kind of why I started this endeavor. Oh, you were already DIYing this morning. Hell yeah, Druid. So I don't have quite as many decorations as the lovely Truvly does. I don't have any little hats. I don't have any little pom-poms, but we're going to work with what we have and do our best, of course. So that's the basic gist of what I'm working on today. And, you know, I'm going to also showcase their adorable dissections, because this is also a possibility if you're a little bit like me and really enjoy a kind of grotesque decoration. This is the cutest grotesque decoration I've ever seen in my entire life. So, if you're more up like the Beanie Baby style and you want to do something like this is how this person does it, and I think it looks so cute, just kind of putting little different ribbons to amplify the guts. What in the heck? This is so cute. So, I mean, personally, I'm going to start off with just the bust. Not the bust. What's it called? The head. The portrait of the teddy bear. And, you know, maybe one day I can move along into this wonderful idea of dissection. But, you know, that I feel like is for the complex of minds. And I'm still just a girl. Still just a girl. So, that is the basic idea. That was the inspiration. And I come forth holding a Labubu. This is a foo-foo for sure. I'm just gonna put that out there. This was $5, and it doesn't have a body. So, very gloomy bear style. Very, very. You get me, Druid. You get me. It is going to be very gloomy bear style, as you can see. The colors fit. It's all gonna make sense. It's all gonna make sense. So, like I was saying, for my background of my plaque, you can get these at Michael's for a whopping $3, I think it is. It's under $4 anyways. And they're very versatile. Literally just a beveled piece of wood. Easy as can be. Unfortunately, they don't really come with any kind of hanger on the back, so a command strip. You could nail some ribbon into it, and, you know, it would still hang. Right now, it quite literally has a hanger on it. So, for now, we're not going to worry about how I'm going to hang this on the wall. We're gonna vibe it out. So, got my plaque, got my boo-boo. Fufu, actually. I gotta clarify so no one calls me out on the fake boo-boos, but the background of my plaque, I was hoping to go for a black sparkle effect, so I do have some trusty Mod Podge. This is really old, and I'm surprised it's still in working order. Mod Podge apparently lasts freaking years. I bought this like 10 years ago, and it's still liquid, so I'm pretty impressed by that. I was racking my brain on how I was gonna find some really cute lace or felt, or as you saw in the video, the all the plushies had these very beautiful collars and such to kind of make it look a little bit less like a floating head on a plaque. And so I'm thinking, like, should I go to Value Village? Should I buy some tank top and cut the lace off of it? What should I do to make this as thrifty and as DIY as possible? So last night I'm sitting there just racking my brain, last minute thoughts, of course. And I come to the conclusion that I actually have a giant bag of old stockings. Giant. Like this is a freezer bag full of old stockings that I'd been meaning to find purpose for a really long time. And so I was kind of rifling through these, as one does. And I came across these, which never fit, were never comfortable. I tried them on, and they're just, as you can see, really just garbage quality. I don't even remember where I got these particular fishnets from, but they stick out like a sore thumb. They don't look good on legs. If it's sealed, yeah, you're right about that. It was sealed, thankfully. And so I was like, hey, look at this beautiful piece of lace that's doing nothing in my life. I'm never gonna wear this. So, hello and welcome. Thank you so, so much for the follow. I appreciate you, Chef Andrew. Welcome in. So, these fishnets, yeah, they're not. I think they were a few dollars, so I'm just gonna use them today. We're gonna cut him up, and last night I put his little cutie little face like right up on in there, and I was like, doesn't that look cute? Just bordering his whole head. But then it might, hear me out, it might take away from the sparkly background, so I'm like, maybe we're gonna like be a little bit more careful with how we do this and just give him a cutesy little collar or something like that, right? That's the idea, I think. We're gonna figure it out together, okay? Sound good? I got some black paint for the outskirts of the, because obviously I'm gonna glue the paper onto here, so I'm just gonna black out the background so that it all cohesively matches. And that's what we're working with right now. So I'm just gonna put these to the side because they're not gonna be necessary right away. Dave made a maze. Turn the lace to jacket sleeves. That's such a great idea, Krista. Such a great idea. I'm going to use a section of it for our buddy here, but I could definitely use the remainder for another craft, undoubtedly. I also have my little glue gun because this is how we're going to fix said Lafufu, sorry, to the wood. It's a horror type movie. Dave made a maze. I've never heard of this in my life. In my life. Brand new information. Now, I did want to showcase a piece that I made, oh sheesh, probably like 7 or 8 years ago. So let me go show you that real quick before we get started. This was made with the very same style of placard from Michaels. I don't know if they still carry this specific placard. I think they do, but I didn't see it when I went to shop earlier. If you take off all those accessories, this is simply ceramic that I bought at Michaels, glued to wood that I bought at Michaels, and has thus turned into my accessories showcaser, I suppose you could say. This is where I put all of my gear. And it is fairly simple. It's basically the entry level to the craft that I'm working on right now. So I have, in the past, done something similar to this. Now, you're gonna laugh because instead of figuring out how to fasten a hanger to the back, I quite literally chiseled. I chiseled a hole out of the back of the wood. I just sat there with some kind of device and chiseled a hole. And you know what? It works. It still hangs on the wall. It's been on the wall for like 7 years. So, you know, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do in order to make it work, right? Okay, I'm really digging that. So, when people get killed in the game, instead of blood, it's yarn. That's really, really interesting. And really good for those squeamish folks who really, really don't like body things going on, right? This guy makes a maze in his house out of cardboard, but it's bigger on the inside and a film crew goes in. Out of cardboard? What is this? My dreams when I was 10? They can hear machine noises inside. Okay. You said this is a horror movie? Or a horror game? I may have missed it. It sounds really deadly, though. Let me get a protein drink in. It almost looks like a moose antler. That is so interesting. Yeah, you're totally right. And you could make it out of antlers. So like if your aesthetic is more on that side of things, if the way you present yourself is a little bit more on the like hunting and bones and creepy in that aspect, then yeah, just use an antler. I mean, maybe the jewelry would slide off of it, but if you had like a really curvy one, I feel like deer antlers are a lot more curvy than moose antlers for sure. But yeah, it was just like one of those Halloween molds that they had in a bin, and there was a bunch of them, and I'm pretty sure they were $2 each. So with like the $4 plaque and the $2 ceramic bone, I was easy made, the jewelry holder. So kind of similar doings. This was $2. This little fufu was a whopping $5 at the farmer's market. We got another like $3 and probably another $2. So this craft is relatively easy. I'm sure Mod Podge is probably somewhere in the $10 range these days, but this is something I've had for decades. Oh, okay, it's a movie, a horror comedy movie. I love when they mix the two, a horror and a comedy. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Dale and Tucker versus the World, but it is a freaking funny movie. It is comedy and horror at its best, I think. Or versus evil, not the world. It's Dale and Tucker versus evil. Yeah, okay, you know of it. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. I think I'm gonna get started. I really need to start out with gluing the piece of paper to the actual thingy. I think I think this is gonna be a good one for now because there's not a lot of detail work going on. So I'll keep the small one up in the corner. How does that sound? Just for now. If any kind of detail work comes up, we can uh, we can reassess. Because I also have one where I can make the craft very large as well. But I think for now we're just gonna like slap all that glue onto the front of it, and then we'll press it down onto the paper. Alan Tudyk and Sock. Tyler Labrine. He played a character named Sock and Reaper. Okay. Oh, jeez Louise. Now, I don't want to use a brush for this part because I think Mod Podge can really gunk up the fibers and like glue it together. And I do really like that brush, so we're not going to do that. And I'm going to go straight up with the fingies. Straight up. Just slooge that stuff around. I hope that wasn't too much glue, but we'll see. I think I'm going to use my little fan and make it kind of tacky before placing it onto the paper. Okay, okay. Good to know, Druid. Thank you. I love Googling this stuff, but I'm pretty far away from my keyboard right now. Tell me a little bit about your bracelet that you fixed. What was broken about it? Was it the clasps, or did you have to like glue the leather back together? Like, tell me, what did you do? What was your DIY of the day? In my initial welcome back to the long form content stream, I did talk about my friend, well, online coworker friend, Quickened. Quickened, I think, is live right as we speak, and Quickened is my number one Twitch inspiration. Quickened has done many a crafting stream over the years. She'll do like beadwork. She's done rosettes. She really loves a bag charm. And however, I've found out that I am not really a bag charm girly because I've had this little dude since Valentine's Day, and I had him on my purse for a little while, but it kind of bothered me when he'd turn around like that, and then I had to like flick him back around, and I was like, I'm paying too much attention to this little charm on my bag, and it's starting to get on my nerves, so I learned pretty quickly I'm not a bag charm girly, which is fine. I'm going to put my little handheld fan on really quick just to give it a little tack. Glue sticks a lot better when it's tacky, and then it is not like sliding around and all that. Reaper was a great show from like 2007 where a guy finds out that his parents sold his soul to the devil. His parents did? And he now has to work as a Reaper for the devil. That's scary. Oh my. 2007. It's like a really bad nightmare to wake up in, isn't it? Bringing the souls of people who made deals with the devil. Holy. It was funny as hell. So it's basically like Pineapple Express. No. But it reminds me of being like a debt collector. Ugh, just gonna wipe that Mod Podge on my skirt like a lady would. It dries pretty quickly. He also had to work in retail at a Costco store. What a weird show. So he's like working for the devil and working retail, which is basically the same thing as working for the devil. Oh, sheesh. Okay, so we're gluing the little dude. I'm gonna try and put it as close to the corner as possible so that the rest of this paper can be used well. And that way I get so much more for my $3 that I spent. Okay, here we go. Where's the... I really gotta make sure it's... Is there a good corner on here that I should look out for? Or... No, they're all the same. That's good. You want to make sure you got a good piece of fabric, right? It's really the... And stick. Okay, stuck. Amazing. Now we need to like really push down on it for like a hot minute. So I'm just gonna lean over. Hello, Jessica! Hello, welcome in. I am doing great. I am making a little taxidermy today, but it's a Labubu taxidermy. It's gonna be really, really cute. I also really dislike how Labubus look when they've been swinging around on a bag for like months and months and months, and their fur, it starts to do the thing where it like gets clumpy and it looks really matted and ugh. Like something about that does not work for me. So I really like how soft and supple this little guy's fur is right now, and I would really like to keep it that way. It's not that I spent any more than $5 on this guy, so if he got trashed, that's fine. It's that I just can't bring myself to dirty him in the way that many people do. Not much to say about the bracelet. It was a black clay beaded one and one other large flat bead that was painted black. So it wore all the way off, and yeah, that makes sense. It would. But the bracelet broke. Got some clear, stretchy string, and since I was missing out on one bead and I dropped a few of the main ones, I alternated them with different beads that you already had. Yes! That's a great idea. You're just subbing in for what you have. And I think that's what DIY is all about, is really working within your means. So that's a really good idea. Tied it in a loop and used super glue to hold the knot. Perfect. Super glue will do most things. Let's be real. It's super for a reason. I'm just pushing this down so that it's real good and attached. Now, I've been kind of keeping myself up at night trying to figure out how the heck I'm gonna cut this off now that it's attached. And you might be thinking, why didn't you cut it before you glued it? And that would be a great idea if I could actually fit a pencil under there to make a good stencil, but I couldn't. And so I think I just have to do things the hard way. I may have to raid the crafting table for a razor blade so that I can actually cut it to the right size, you know, and make it look a bit more seamless. I do intend to paint the border of the piece of paper with the paint, of course, because why wouldn't you? And so there can be a little bit of, white white border from the back of the piece of paper, but we're just gonna wing it. You know, this is my first ever taxidermy Labubu. If it's not perfect, it's fine. X-Acto blades, yes. So I do have a bunch of razor blades in the house just from other crafts. What I think I'm gonna do ultimately though is cut down to size so I'm not working with this giant piece of paper. And then it might be a little bit easier to have a bit more of a precise situation. Oh, thank you. Thank you for sending me a photo. Yeah, I'm just gonna get real close. Whoa, forgot I'm filming on the other camera. What I'm thinking is if I push really hard on the sides and kind of create a bit of a dent, I should be able to see where to cut with the razor blade. And that was the consensus that I came to while I couldn't sleep, trying to think of this craft. See, we're pretty close. Like, we've got a good foundation on the go, on the rise. I'm continually pushing down so the Mod Podge can stick a bit better. I'm sure you have to wait for like 10 minutes for it to cure, but I'm impatient, aren't I? In this day and age, this technology. 5-minute attention span technology. A wooden roller, that's a good idea. See, as you push down, you can kind of see. Yeah, this should be fine. And if it's not perfect, it's not perfect. It's literally DIY, and we all really just need to let go of those perfectionism tendencies. I do, for damn sure. So if it's not perfect, it's not perfect, but I'm already seeing a very definite line. The glitter is really helping it to show me where the edge is after bending it a bit. A rolling pin? A rolling pin. You know, it's funny because I do love to bake, but I don't even own a rolling pin. I don't like that. I just use a wine bottle, actually. If you flour this, like, obviously wash it, but if you flour the side of a wine bottle, you can use it to flatten things. I've done it before. I always have like a extra Snoop Dogg wine bottle in the cupboard. All right, yeah, I'm definitely seeing a very precise outline, and I do think that the razor blade is going to be the right choice here. Because trying to get these scissors in and have a not really like jagged edge, because once you lift the scissors, you're not going to be on the same path, right? I don't know if you've ever glided through wrapping paper, but it's not going to be like that here, because this is... So I feel like if I use the scissors, it's going to really come out incredibly jagged, but if I'm very lightly using the razor blade, it might actually have a precise line going down. So I should have found a razor blade before starting, but alas. I am just a girl. Let me find a razor blade, I'll be right back. Pretty talented with scissors. I am not. I am not. So I might need this. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you so much. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be very cute. I promise. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna use my little be right back screen because I have it for a reason. Where is it? Be right back. Okay, I'll go get a razor blade. Okay. Have returned with the goods. I'm actually so nervous. I don't know if you guys get this way when you're working with stuff. It's probably my perfectionism tendencies, which I am really trying to work on here. But let's do this. It cuts so well. Like, it's exactly like butter. This was a great idea. This was a great idea. I'm going to cut to the side as well so I can just see what I'm working on. Oh, jeez Louise, I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. Okay, here we go. Here goes nothing. Maybe I should do the up close. Let's switch to an up close shot. I'm trying to learn this. Doop. As you can see, up close webcam is not as good as far away webcam, but it's okay. Oh, don't cut your finger off, please. Would hate for that to happen. Okay, let's see. What are we doing here? Oh yeah, not bad at all. Not bad at all. I was like a little worried, but this is just paper from the backing of the... Not bad. Let's try it with the scissors. Does get some of those little bits off pretty well. And then you can kind of go back in and really give it that fine-tuned shave away, right? On the edges there, once you've completely taken the foam off, which is a lot more stressful than I thought it would be. No, it's exactly as stressful as I always thought it would be. So, you know, like making a stencil beforehand and cutting it to size before you glue could be a really good call. But I don't know, I just work here, so don't ask me. Oh yeah, I do really like the corner there. That was a nice little cut. This one's a little too... It's nerve-wracking, but we got this. As you go, I do recommend cutting away pieces so that you can continue to see what you're working on. Oh, it is so good to see you, Andrea. Hello, welcome in. How am I doing? I'm doing wonderful. I am having such a fun time so far on this new endeavor of long term content. I'm currently working on a Labubu taxidermy. So it's like taxidermy, but it is adorable. And so right now I'm gluing this sparkly piece of fabric. Well, it's kind of like foam paper. And I got it glued down to the placard, but now I am doing the hasty cuttings of said fabric. You can simply Mod Podge fabric over the placard. You could paint the placard. You don't have to do it the way that I'm doing it. I simply wanted it to be sparkly, and I wanted the least mess possible. I don't know if you've had sparkles in your house ever, but I didn't want to be pouring glitter onto this thing, so I got the pre-glittered foam paper from Michaels here. And so I'm just cutting it to size as best as I can, you know? It's gonna be as close as possible to the front facing side of the placard. And just really hoping I don't slice my finger open in the process. It's so good to see you, Andrea. Welcome in. It is good to be back on the YouTube, on the Twitch. I'm really feeling it. I don't believe that I'll do the crafting ones every single week. As can you imagine coming up with like 57 different kind of DIYs in a year? That sounds pretty intimidating, but I am planning to do as many crafting as I possibly can. And I was completely misled about the razor being a sharper cut. It is kind of a sharper cut, but I was unaware that there was a paper backing to this. And that makes me wonder, is this thing sticky? Are these sticky? Oh, for fudge monkeys, yes. Um, that's probably not good because I glued to the stickiness, so if the stickiness comes off, oh well, okay. You know what? It's gonna be fine. I don't think we're gonna have a Labubu on the floor anytime soon, even though that is a pretty silly and grave mistake on my part. Ah, such is life. Okay, so apparently this paper is stickers. You live and you learn. Maybe peel it off still. That's true, yeah. So if I don't like how it ends up looking, I can just peel it off. Start again. I do have enough paper for it, so. This was something that I did anticipate, was that maybe I wouldn't like the way that it looked, and I could start over if I had enough paper. Cheap viewers, okay. Do I look like somebody who would buy viewers to you? Ever? Bot. How do I get rid of that person forever? Bam. Bye. Peel off the sticker part. Maybe sand it down. Yeah. I mean, probably a good idea. Thankfully, it's only going to be holding a plush that is going to be very light. So I really don't think the plush is going to make it fall off or anything like that. Okay, I stand corrected. The scissors are actually doing a pretty dang good job. So Druid was right. Maybe if you can cut things, you'll be fine. I think having all that excess fabric though around it would have made it harder with the scissors. Now that I have it down to like this area, the scissors are doing a great job of getting it to be as rounded as I want it to. Um, yeah, I mean, pretty good. Still a bit of, still a bit of stuff. My first fan ever. Yeah, that's really trimming it to the right size, I think. And then once I get the paint down, you're like barely going to be able to tell that it's a little bit because it'll all be black and it should really blend in, right? That's the goal anyway. That's the dream. The dream. Thank you, Druid, for being my cheerleading squad. I appreciate you. It feels nice to do things with your own hands. Be careful though. You're so right. I promise I'll be careful. I am being a little reckless with this razor blade here, but it's been a really long time since I DIY'd. I really fell out of it for a long time, even though it was one of my favorite things to do back in the day. People who followed me on the internet for a really long time know that I used to do an Etsy page back before Etsy was kind of garbage resellers everywhere. So I used to do a Etsy page and I sold quite a few clothes on there. I was like 20 years old and I didn't really know what I was doing. So I feel like I would have been a lot better at owning an Etsy now that I know what I'm doing, but that's okay. I had my Etsy era and it was fun. I enjoyed it. I did sell out of everything I made, which was a really good feeling. So I used to DIY on a pretty much daily basis, but kind of fell out of those old habits. I'm really trying to get back. You're not being intrusive? No worries, no worries. I'm really glad that you're chatting. Thank you. I appreciate any and all questions. I am still dating the same person, yes. It's been 13 and a half years that Justin and I have been together, and I cannot foresee a day that we are not together. That's just one of those bonds that I feel like is gonna last a lifetime. He and I just we click really well, so it's just life is just easy with Justin around. So yes, I actually am with the same person, my sweet baby angel. Thank you for asking. Yeah, Justin and I are still together. I kind of have elevated my relation preferences, so that sounds kind of a weird way to put that. Through the years, I've learned that I have a lot of love to give, and one person can't possibly sum up that amount of love that I have to give. And so, I'm actually currently in a polyamorous situation, so I actually have two boyfriends. I have two boyfriends now, and everybody is really happy. Everybody likes one another. Everybody gets along really, really well. And So yeah, it might be a little bit different to other people because a lot of people believe that, you know, men can own women and that women can own men and that we are all just forever indebted to one person, but that's just like not how my mind works, and that's just not how Justin's mind works. And so yeah, I am actually spoiled for choice right now. I have a wonderful, wonderful boyfriend on either end. So holy moly, that just absolutely exploded all over the place. That's good. Good, good. We're off to a good start. We're off to a great start. Damn girl, did not expect that. I know. I know. A lot of people don't actually know about that part of my life. So hopefully in watching these videos, people are a little bit more aware of that development in my life. My one partner, Ryan, is a very, very private person. He does not like the limelight. He does not like the spotlight. He barely likes talking to people in person. So on the internet, he just avoids it altogether. So the reason I haven't talked about it for all these years is due to him kind of desiring a lot more privacy and me being kind of an open book. Okay, that doesn't look too bad, does it? We got a little bit of jaggedness going on, but at the end of the day, I think it's okay. Not bad. Once we get the black on, we can just like retouch and see if I actually have to take off any more sides or if it just kind of blends in together. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I will have to see if anybody wants to be my mod. That's like definitely a job, right? I don't know. Okay, let me get a little bit of paint going on this. Yeah, I agree. All other forms of love can be with multiple people. Yeah, exactly. Druid knows what's up. All other forms of love can be with other people. Like when you have multiple friends, multiple kids, multiple everything, like, and no one tells you, except for like jealous jerks. No one tells you that you can't. No one's like, no, you actually don't love other friends and you don't love your kids equally. Like, it's, I don't know. I think a lot of monogamy is rooted in owning people and like how men used to barter for their marriages and sell for, you know, animals and stuff. So I think monogamy is great if it works for you, but I don't think it's the baseline for relationships at all. So why not romantic? Plus, you said I don't expect one person to fulfill all my needs. Exactly. And I can't fill everybody's needs as well. And so that's an exact way to put it. Thank you, Jessica. Looking good so far. Now I'm into the painting game. Yeah, so Druid has it entirely right. I think that obviously jealousy still exists in certain forms all over the place. I still get jealous of friends, you know, who seem to have deeper connections with friends than me, and I manage that, right? I just have to be an adult about it and understand that those feelings will pass, and it doesn't mean that I'm not worthy of love from my friends. It just means that, you know, they're being met with their friendship needs somewhere else right now. So, yeah. Thank you. Since I have been in such a long relationship, how was your experience talking with him about that stuff? Actually, it was him who brought it up. It was him who brought it up. It wasn't me who brought it up. So it was basically him just saying to me like, "Hey, like I've noticed a lot of people flirt with you and you're very kind in return, but if you wanted to flirt back, that would be fine. Like, that would be okay. I wouldn't mind. And then, that was just where it started. And that was, years ago. That was in the background of life. 8 to 10 years ago, we were having these conversations about, if who else in our lives, like, would we be with if we could. So Justin and I have just always been really, really open about communicating in that way, where it was never really shied away from. We always talk about our celebrity crushes. We always are just like really, really chill and open about, the fact that we're human beings and that you can get attraction and all that to anyone, right? And so it wasn't even on my request. So that's actually how it all went down, is just that it was easy to talk with my partner about that stuff because we are literally best friends. And Justin has always since day one wanted the best for me and wanted me to have everything I've ever wanted. He's always pushed for me to always have everything I want. And so it just comes down to him, wanting the best for me and wanting me to be the fullest version of myself. And so it was natural. It wasn't a hard conversation to have at all. There wasn't a lot of like awkwardness or anything. Back in these days, we were pretty heavily drinking, and so a lot of these were drunk conversations that, we touched base on again as sober people, of course. And so it was a lot of liquid courage, I would imagine, in some of these conversations, but ultimately it was more so my partner kind of pushing for me to explore more. And yeah, he just knows I have a big giant heart and that I love giving love away to people. And so yeah, it just happened really naturally. Yeah. Yeah, you can talk about everything and things are easy. Yeah, I feel like if there is a long-term relationship in your future, that is what you should strive for, really, is that you found quite literally your best friend, somebody that you can tell anything to, somebody who, somebody hot comes on the TV and you're like, wow, and they're not like, bitch, please, like, who's like a little bit confident in themselves to the point where they know that they're not going to lose you no matter what. So, what's the harm, really? And there really isn't any harm being done, as far as he's been honest with me about his feelings. He really likes Ryan, so it works out well. They get along kind of like brothers, I would say. And Justin needs family. Justin wants and desires family so badly that I feel like it really does fill a hole in his heart to have somebody to, rely on and to reach out to, and who, always shows up and does genuinely care for not only me but for him as well. So it works out really well. Exactly, Druid. That's so true. You said the fight of Western society towards nuclear family rips you away from community. And I couldn't agree more. I feel like community has been really pushed to the back burner, and this mom, dad, kids are the only family unit, and then you kind of forget about your extended family, you forget about your friends, you forget about your community, and so I agree totally. It's I do not have any bad words to say about monogamy as a whole, because people who practice it and do it well, like, hell yeah, good on them, really. Honey, I'm right here. Hi, babies. But what were you saying? That's another thing. I want people's love to be happy and that they have what they want. if that's somebody else, who am I to tell them no? Exactly. Exactly. It should bring you joy for your partner to be happy. And I know that jealousy does stand in the way of that a lot of the time, but jealousy can be worked on. It's kind of like a muscle, the same as all of our other emotions. It's a muscle that you kind of have to flex and you have to wear, and then it gets better and better. And, one of the early onset things that Justin had mentioned to me was it's all about getting used to it, really, is that every single time that you experience those emotions or those feelings, they get easier and easier, and then they just don't exist, and then you're just happy and you're full of compersion for your other person. It all just comes down to balance and like how you show each of them love that works for them in their own situation, right? And everybody feels love differently, right? Every single person. They made up those kind of jargony love languages all those years ago, but I think there's more to it than that. I feel like we can't just stop there, but uh yeah. Not one person in the whole world is going to fulfill you in every single way. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And why wouldn't you like the person your partner likes too? Yeah, exactly. They do have good taste because they chose you. Yeah. Thank you for asking, Andrea. I really appreciate that. I haven't really had like a candid time to really talk in length about that situation, so it means a lot to me that you care to ask. I kind of shoved it all in there after you asked about Justin, but it's good to feel, I guess, uh, allowed and open to talk about these kind of things. It feels really good, and I appreciate you for asking. I have less negative things to say about monogamy and monogamous people. They tend to just not like us. Yeah, that's so true. A lot of people are very like, I could never. And I'm like, that's fine. Like 1,000%. Like, go for it. It's like, just kind of treat people as equals is all we really ask. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I very, very much appreciate that. I'm gonna turn this little fan on to make this dry a little faster because I got some paint on it now. But yeah, so Justin and Ryan are very different people. They kind of activate different parts of my brain, and that's perfectly reasonable, I think. They're both kind of alternative in their own sense of the word, but different aspects of it. And then they overlap greatly when you start talking about cars. That's typically the time where they really focus in. And since we're just drying paint, I'm gonna move over to this one so it's a little bit less like watching paint dry. Hello, welcome back. Yeah, jealousy that I experience is being denied being with someone when we both like each other because they're in a monogamous relationship. I don't experience it from them being happy with somebody else. Yeah, exactly. Yes, all three of us are car nerds. They really push me into next level car shit. I didn't know half the shit I know until now without them. So they've been incredibly helpful in my knowledge of cars. But yeah, we're actually like thinking about taking things to the next level. We are currently house hunting right now to make it a little bit easier, in this economy. Sheesh. So we are currently trying to find a place where all three of us can survive throughout whatever the hell the next few years are going to throw at us. And it's going to be really hard and sad to give up the apartment that I live in now. I've loved living here, but it's just a little bit too small. I have pretty much every square inch of this house covered, so it's just gonna be a little household of we all love Corey. Cursory knowledge of cars, yeah. That's another advantage of polyamory. More people to split rent, yes. Yes, that's exactly it. I think that's honestly the funniest polyamory joke ever is that you need more than one boyfriend to afford rent these days. I love that. Yeah, so not all poly people do cohabitate. There are people who like to be solo, who like to just live all on their own, and who don't get along with living with other people, but I think it'll be fun. We're all very DIY crafty. We're all very nerdy. We all love watching Lord of the Rings, so same neighborhood, yeah. Or they don't like the neighborhood, yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's actually where the next level of my life is going to go is hopefully a space with a garage and enough rooms for all of us. So I've been on the lookout for a really long time, but I've learned that I'm kind of ridiculously picky when it comes to where I want to live. Personally, I don't have that much experience. I'm in a relationship with a man for about a year now, but I can understand so well how you find what you need in both of them. Exactly. You never know until you try. That's an exactly perfect way to put it. And if it doesn't work out, then it doesn't work out. And that's perfectly fine. We always have breakups with friends that, or even your family members. Some people go no contact with their family. So every single type of relationship has the capacity to not work out. And so you never know until you try is a really good way to put that. I very, very much appreciate it. And so, I've been with Justin for 13 and a half years. I've been with Ryan for 2.5 now, and that's a long time. And the fact that it's still going and that we're still so ridiculously happy is, I mean, I would call that working out. So I'm excited. I'm happy. But yeah, honestly, house hunting has been pretty tough in this economy. You were so worried I was drinking my paint water. Jessica, I've done that. I've done that. This is my protein drink, but I have done that before when I was like drinking a cider and painting before. Tastes horrendous, and I do not recommend. I want to have all my partners live in the same building but different apartments. It's like the show Friends. You all just like constantly like hopping between each other's apartments in the same neighborhood. It'll be like Friends but less problematic, right? I think it's getting dry. We're almost there. I'm also a relationship anarchist though, so I don't know if cohabitation will ever be a thing. Can you explain relationship anarchist because I have a base rate knowledge of it and that's it. This is why I use straws. Kind of looks like a straw, right? It's a protein drink. Gray paint water. No, I would have cried. I can't be that chill. I'm not that cucumber chill. cucumber chill. I'm not cool as a cucumber, okay? I would have made a very big deal out of the paint water. That's a good idea. Maybe I need a straw. But no, protein drink's way over there. Paint water's over here. So here's the vibe. Let's go a little bit closer now that we're dry. Here's the idea. I need to get him on there. So I should plug in my glue gun here. And then I need to somehow find a way to make a little collar for him. Like, do I fold it in a bunch of ways? Hmm. I think it's just gonna be the one. Like that. That's the idea. So I'm gonna plug in the glue gun. Relationship anarchy means I don't prioritize any particular relationship by default. So all of my friendships don't get sidelined for a romantic partner. That's really smart. A lot of people just kind of dive right into that, so they avoid everything. Obviously, things like cohabitation or co-parenting would take priority. Yeah, of course. All right, so that makes sense. You're just kind of like live and let live. It's like, well, this is what I'm doing. Therefore, deal with it. Okay, now that seems really risky, and I lost my glue gun. Where's my glue? Okay, go this way. Paint water. Whoa. Just about dipping things in the paint. I'm off to a good start, guys. Hell yeah, I respect relationship anarchy. That's fun. Not prioritizing anyone by default. Going with the flow is what you're telling me. Okay, so I gotta put a real big glob of glue on the back of this little dude. And I'm gonna hide his keychain in there as well. I wish I had like a little brush that I could brush his little hair with, but my hands will have to do. Far too many people prioritize their romantic relationships. Yup. There's a friend I made like a little while back, and I haven't seen her since last summer because, you know, some people just, once they're in a relationship, that's the only thing they focus on. I've known people for 15 years who dropped off the face of the earth. Yep. For somebody that they met 6 months ago. Yes. Remove the keychain. Druid, you're really thinking. I think it was because of the prospect of potentially turning him back into a keychain. But you know what? I don't think I want to do that ever. I made up my mind about the fur of this thing and how I'm going to take care of this sweet baby angel. So maybe I could take that off. I'm gonna take like one snip, right? And then if there was like an ugly tag hanging out the top of it, I could fasten him a hat one day, right? Should I do it? Should I cut it? I think you're right though. I think I should cut it. General consensus in the chat. Should I cut his tag off? Remember, it's a Labubu. No, it's a Lafufu. It was $5. This is not sacrilege. This is just DIY. temporary attachment. I know, because the glue is going to mess up its fur. I know that much, but I think you're right. I'm not gonna put this little guy on my bag. I tried. I can't be quickened. I can only be Corey, who is way too worried about the placement of my bag charms to be enjoying myself. Obsessive. Obsessive! I can always reattach it. Yeah, we got a sewing machine. We have a really nice sewing machine, actually. Okay, I'm cutting off the tag. Druid has a great call. I really like the weight of this carabiner, though. It's really nice, even though it was super cheap. It's a nice weight. Okay, it's coming off. Nobody look, he's gonna be naked. But yeah, I feel you. I feel you on that, where sometimes friendships can get a little absorbed into. But at the end of the day, it's still a friendship, or it's still a relationship that should be nursed. Ta-da! It says Pop Mart, but I bet you it's not. Hello, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. I am doing wonderful. Welcome to my Twitch. I am doing streams on Twitch and YouTube these days. Going forward, I'm going to try and do Tuesdays and Thursdays, and next month I'm going to try to start Sunday nights as well, so that there's a little bit of day action, a little bit of night action. Welcome. Good to see you. Do I say your name like Hayden? It's really pretty. Doing the snip, just like you. Good job on that. You're gonna go to bed soon, Andrea. No worries. Thank you so much for hanging out for a little while and for asking about Justin. That means a lot to me. Good night, Andrea. Good night, good night. We must be on completely different time zones. Holy moly. You're going to bed and it's 3 p.m. here. Like hide and seek. Okay, I like it. Hide and seek. I love it. I'll call you Hyde. Good night, Andrea. Welcome in, longtime subscriber from the YouTube days. I've missed YouTube days so freaking much, but I have also had trouble getting back into the groove of things. I really have. So this is my attempt at getting back in the groove of things. It's just, nipping in the bud all of that acting and sitting down and editing and just turning it into like real time with me, because I'm really sick of the way the internet is these days, and I think that we could all really, really do with some more community and a bit more, you know, attention span, I suppose, because, for most people, if they don't get to the end result in the first 4 seconds of a video, they'll skip it. And that's really scary because nothing in the world happens that quickly. Nothing. So. Oh, you're from Romania! And you're leaving to Norway. Okay. Get some rest. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. That's so cool. Hello from Canada. I would love to visit Romania. I would love to visit Norway. Is this working yet? It is! Okay. So that's warm. Well, hello there! What in the Obi-Wan Kenobi did you just do to me, Rab? I'm like flush. You got me thinking of Ewan McGregor over here. Hello, welcome to my Twitch stream. It is so good to see you. I totally understand. I'm digging the more real life content these days. Exactly. Me too. I pretty much sit down every day and check if one of the streamers that I watch has like a VOD that I can watch, because I just really need people making mistakes, you know? I need not polished and perfected content. I really, really need it. I think we all do. After the rise of the influencer and the perfectly polished Instagram feed, been there, done that, tired of it, ready to just like actually hang out with people again and well create things would be top for me for sure. That's also the hard thing about content that you're posting. I'm just enjoying posting what I post, and it's sad that people can't watch past the first 3 seconds. Yeah, once you look into the analytics of things, it can become very depressing. So I'm wondering if I need to give him a little bit of room since I'm trying to give that little collar effect. I should probably put a tiny bit of room in the bottom, right? Because then I can add the fishnet underneath. Yeah. I don't want to put him right smack dab in the middle because then it doesn't leave any room for that, and the collar is going to be sticking out the bottom real weird. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Jessica, that you look into your analytics and you just see like how bad people's attention spans are. Now, would you recommend that I put the glue onto the head, or should I put the glue onto here? Like, what do you think? Time for a meeting. Okay, no worries. Thank you, Druid. Oh, the crafts are going well. The crafts are going good. I was using a razor blade. I was trying to be as careful as I possibly could. But I glued I glued this sticky paper down onto this plaque, and then I painted the exterior of the plaque so that it would look like so. And now I'm just waiting for my glue gun to heat up because it is taking a hot minute. Okay, timing out the user on YouTube. Usually the most funnest part of our content isn't always within the first 3 seconds. That's the hard part. You almost have to edit it so that it is, right? I'm really tired of people's attention spans these days. How was work today? How is everybody doing? I think I'm gonna put the glue on the plaque and then push his head into it. I think. Going good so far? Yeah, I think that's the move. Oh, I'm so nervous when you have to do something that's a little bit, you know, permanent. You can't really fix it. Yeah. So that's about where I'm gonna put him. I'm gonna put the glue on the placard. I really am. I really am. I'm going for it. I'm nervous, but. Okay, here we go. Here goes nothing. Here goes nothing. And stick. Ooh, this is scary. That's what I would do. Look, I'm barely a crafter these days, but I'm really trying to up the ante. So, Rab, I'm currently working on a Labubu taxidermy, which I think Jessica also missed the intro. So while this glue dries, I may show you the inspiration one more time. Let me pull it up. So this lovely Instagrammer called Trebly is where I acquired the idea. This creator makes kind of pastel versions of what I'm currently working on, and I thought this is just too good. I kind of want one in my house, but I could do it, you know? I don't have to buy one off of Etsy. So while my glue dries, I'll just give you that little preview. Isn't it so cute? This is basically the process that you missed there. It was just getting everything glued on the front and going from there. They use scissors, see? And their cuts are a little janky too, so it doesn't show that they put glue on the back of that thing, but I swear that's what they do. At least that's my hope as I currently work on one. Yeah, so I wanted to give this person a giant shout out because I did not come up with this idea all on my lonesome, but it is something that I put together and pieced together afterwards. And so as you can see, they're given the cute little collar to it. Stuck. I don't have a hat. I don't have a little hat to put on it, but it also has ears, so I'm going to gauge that a hat would not fit. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. So that there is the inspiration to today's craft. And I really like their work. All right, it did stick. I can't say it's perfectly center, but that's the thing about DIY is it's never going to be perfect. I got him a little dirty. That's all right. He's standing, and I'm absolutely amazed. We have one fufu attached. This is great news. That's so cute. I love it. I love it. Okay. I'm currently using a old pair of fishnets that did not happen to work out for me because this fabric is the stuff of literal nightmares. I don't know who made this, but it's not meant to go on your sensitive little legs, that's for sure. Thank you for enjoying it. Thank you. Now, I think the other one was less rifled. Yeah, it was a bit nicer looking. Perfect. So I'm just gonna cut the actual fish part of it off. Fish, the fish part. You know, the sexy part. But wait. Yeah, I am. We be crafting. We be doing it ourselves. But as you could see, the person that I pulled inspiration from, it's not really my vibe. My aesthetic is very much more on the red side of the world than the pink side of the world, but it's a fun thing about DIY is that like it doesn't matter because you just make it exactly yours out of the things that you already have. First of many. There's the sexy. Probably make that into like a sleeve, right? Alright, where does this thing break? Right there, I think. Because, like, last night I just put it, like, entirely around it, but that's a little much. It's not. It's taking away from the placard. You can't. It's gonna look really dumb, I think, personally. But. I mean, it's cute as all hell, but I think I need to cut it in half and only stick it on the bottom. I love him so much. I don't know anything about Labubus, and when they first came out, I couldn't be asked. Like, I was not gonna spend $80 on a keychain anytime soon, so. When I saw this mother trucker for $5, I said, well, that can't hurt anyone. So, what I'm thinking is to take quite a decent amount of length and kind of go a little bit back and forth, like a little bit bruised. I'm not sure exactly how to accomplish this, but I do know that I want this really bent out of shape part to be cut off. I don't need that much length, so right where that seam is, actually, I think I'm gonna say la vie to that. Bye bye. Thank you guys for hanging out with me while I get up to no good. Now, does this part look? No. Still a little bit crunkled over here, so I'll cut the crunkled parts out. Crinkled. And then I gotta be able to find a way to position it to cute. I'm gonna start off by gluing a little dab in here. So that it's bent over. Because I'd like the end to be a little bit more professional looking, and it kind of looks like you hemmed it in at the end there a little bit better. And then I believe I could probably only fit. Is there a way to do it again? No. No, it wouldn't look good like that, I don't think. Should I do 2 layers? That's the real question. I'm gonna hem it on the other side too. The only thing I hate about hot glue is those little spider webs that kind of come off of it. It's kind of very uncomfortable to have little strands of glue hanging out. There we go. It's the lazy man's hem. Just use a little bit of glue. And now it's all ruffled. I'm just wondering, would a second layer look cute or stupid? Kind of stupid. Yep. Pretty not good looking. So we're not gonna add a second layer, but I glue it to... the vibe we're going for. It's immaculate. Oh, it's very cute. I'm just wondering if I need to pull and glue it up closer to its head. I don't know. I'm worried if I pull it too close to its head, it's not going to lay the way that I want it to, and it will look silly. So shoving all that extraness underneath actually seems to do a pretty dang good job of conveying the little collar aspect of it anyways. And then it also kind of hides the ugly band of thick fabric that we're working with, so double whammy. I'm so excited that my internet hasn't gone out. Ever since I started this endeavor, literally the day that I started this endeavor, I started to have like internet issues, and it's been every single day since. So from last Thursday till today, my internet is cut out 17 million times. Jessica, are you having any issue with your internet over there? I would love to know. I'm like, do I have to call my provider? I will text you that information because I don't know how much people can learn about me from that. So I'm going to text you which provider I have because I want to be stream safe. Yeah, I messaged you. You know what could be interesting to do with that lace in the future? Using it as a stencil for another piece. Yeah, like a border. Even something as simple as glossy paint or matte paint. Yeah. So like lay it down, spray over it, and then the spray will go through the lace and look really cool. Yeah, I got you. I got you. Is there a way to find your saved stuff on an internet browser of Instagram? Because I do actually have inspiration for a craft like that, and it really brought that to mind. Let me Google if I can find it on Instagram. I don't know. Web browser. Go to the profile, go to the hamburger menu. I've never heard something called a hamburger menu. 3 lines in the bottom left and select saved. Okay. I don't believe you. I do not believe you, but I'm gonna check. Hamburger lines. I don't see any hamburgers. Hamburgers and root beer. I don't know. I guess I might not be able to find the saved videos on the browser. Maybe I can send it to you. Hamburger menu. Okay, that's a normal name for that. I've never heard of it. Never heard of it. There's a more. Oh, there it is. Saved. Booyah. I figured it out. Okay, go to my DIYs. Okay. I'm a professional streamer, everybody. Let me show you exactly what I think you are speaking of. Okay, welcome to my Instagram saved. This is the item that I assume you're speaking on, but like I really like this. Right? Like a ghost? Like a ghost spray paint, right? It just looks so cute. And then of course, yeah, you fix the little details with a bit of... It's cute! I totally have a bra I could do that with too, which would be ideal. So if that's what you're thinking. Isn't it cute? And you're totally right. All I'd have to do would put the lace over it and then spray. Paint all of it. Just go for it. How does this look when you Oh, so cute. Oh, I love it. And I bet you I could kind of like heat up and iron it to look a little bit. I'm just looking at it before I glue because you gotta check things twice, measure twice, glue and cut once, right? That's the saying. You saw somebody do that with the roof of their car and a lace curtain? Yes, that's smart. I think I've seen that before. I follow all sorts of car pages, so thank you for the compliment. I'm wondering, should I get my straightener out and like iron it first? No, I could do it after. I'll do it after. Yes! I have seen a puff paint tutorial kind of similar to that where you use hot glue actually. So you trace your stencil, you hot glue over it, and then you let it dry, and then you use your embroidery thread over the hot glue to kind of make a puff paint look. I think you'd want to do it more on things that you'd carry, like bags. I don't think you would want to do it on clothing. I don't think it would be very comfortable in a piece of clothing, but okay, here we go. Here goes nothing. Glue is in there. Are we straight? Yes, we are. This is so cute. Okay. Gonna use scissors to press it into place. I do believe I'll need to iron though. Got a little bit of time to mold it while the glue is still hot, but you do still gotta work pretty quickly. You're so cute! Oh my goodness. And of course, I could add another layer under if I found a little bit more lace or a little bit more thread that could work for it. It's so silly. They put so much more decorations on the one from the Instagram page. I'm like, I don't really have a ton of stuff to stick to it, and it doesn't even have a lot of room to stick stuff to, so I'm gonna put a little glob right down here, and then push up a little. Yeah, kind of like that. There we go. I'm getting a little bit more of the curvature that I was looking for. There. Stitching upside down cross. I wish I had a tattoo gun. Have you seen that tattoo artists have been tattooing their little faces? It's so cute. I guess the skin on their face is really fun to tattoo. My one tattoo artist, Sarah, had recently tattooed a full Labubu. Labubu. That word is actually really fun to say. I won't lie. Thank you. You think it's cute? I appreciate that. Stick and poke it? Yeah. Evil Labubu. Everybody already thinks they're satanic, so might as well, right? My friend just FaceTimed me to show me the mini that he bought. It's such a problem. Oh my goodness. So, are you going to influence everyone around you to be Italian jobbing it constantly, Rab? How many people are in minis now because of you? It looks like a vampire. Good. It should. That's the goal. Now, if I pull the back ends in, nope, that doesn't look good at all. I could push it upwards though, like that. Oh, that might be the vibe. Here's my guy. Labubu taxidermy. Red bat wings. That's cute. No, I don't believe you sent me the photo. But you should, if you haven't. Oh, I feel like Druid would be good in a mini. Jessica. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I sent. Okay. Let me look. Let me look at this. Isn't she the prettiest girl at the party? Oh my goodness! A red one, a dark blue one, and a light blue one. What in the influence? You just need a purple one. Druid would have a purple one, I'm sure of it. That's so cool. I put in the Tomb Raider VHS the other day, and there was a Italian Job preview on the Tomb Raider movie. And so, even though I haven't yet watched the Italian Job, and I promise I do intend to, it looked really good. They both work with you? Okay, apparently the Rab influence is high. There you go, there you go. Purple or black. There's a spider inspired mini at my partner Ryan's place. Not his house, but where he grew up as a kid. The downstairs neighbor has a spider mini. So this is my little guy. I made this little taxidermy, Labubu taxidermy. And I'm sure there's other things I can do to decorate him a little bit further, but we're just gonna mull it over right now while we sit here. I'm actually gonna give it another coat of black paint because now the paint has absolutely dried. And I still have a good old glob of paint chilling. So I'm gonna paint while we keep on chatting. One of them is your brother. Okay. Well, it's pretty easy to influence the siblings of our lives. Not that easy, but sometimes. The purple is called Black Eye Purple. Okay, that's really druid coded, I think. I'm just gonna put the paint water on my shirt because it's black. So it'll just blend in. No one will know. Except for you guys, of course. Okay, one more coat of black, and then I'm gonna ponder if there's any other decorations that I would like to put on here. Black eye purple. It's like black eyed peas, but not so much. Also, I did not realize just how bad my audio is until I came back and watched one of my VODs, and I was like, how the hell did nobody tell me I sound like I'm in a little like cave while speaking to you? I had no idea that my audio was so treacherous. It's a learning process. Yeah. It really is. Holy. I'm like, sheesh. Yeah, the webcam microphone is apparently garbage. The laptop microphone, trash. Oh my. Wow. One day those sounds will cost you money. One day. When I'm important enough of a Twitch streamer, they will cost you money. But until then, you better enjoy your free sounds. Not too much, though. uh, yeah, quite the learning process. It's absolutely wild. Absolutely wild to do live streaming.
Wow.
Wow. I love that voice. That's my favorite wow of all time, and I quote it quite profusely in my day to day life. Wow. Why is Owen Wilson not in movies anymore? Like, where did he go? Is he okay? Is he just too rich now? Probably. Alright. Nice and black. Black is my soul. Beautiful. It's very risky to be painting it while the boo boo is on there, but that's okay. We'll be fine. Everything's fine. Too much typecasting? Yeah, you probably got sick of being the same jerk off every single time. You're so right about that. Like, can I please play a serious character for once? No, get back in your cage, Owen. Get back in your cage. I haven't even seen his brother, Luke. Luke. What is it? Wilson. Luke Osen. I haven't seen Luke Wilson either. Him and his brother were quite the rage in the 90s. Alright. What does he think he is? Luke Wilson? That's so true. Alright. Stretch alert. If you haven't stretched in a while, you should probably stretch. Oh no, all of your Sailor Moon episodes don't have subtitles. What will you ever do? I can't see without my subtitles. Ta-da. proud. Are you watching the Japanese versions that are dubbed or no? Okay, now I do, while I'm here, also really want to paint. What is happening? What is going on? What is this noise? What happened? Oh my goodness! Holy moly! Thank you, Noah. Thank you. Thank you, Rav. You heard me crying about my audio. Thank you, Rav. You're a friggin' sweetie. Thank you for contributing to the living economy. I promise in no time you will be able to hear me a lot better. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Sweet baby angel. Yeah, it is very weird. I kind of I glitched halfway through, which is 2 whole letters is halfway through your name on the on the um on the screen there. So I glitched. I'm like, should I be saying I don't say your name. Most people online I solely refer to as their username, which is problematic when they change their username, and it's very frustrating for me. So I don't love that. Thank you! Thank you, Rob, for contributing. You are the 3rd donor to the living economy. But yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Well, I like to hear that it's fine. I just like never really know. A lot of people like really love living in animosity, so I have these 3 frames here. And as much as I love red and I'm a red girly, I'm like, should I just make them all black? I don't know. Haven't decided, but I'm definitely not vibing with the green. Not vibing with the green. That was so fun. I got to see the little alert pop up. The last 2 donors, I think, donored when I was offline, so I didn't actually get to see the alert. So thank you, my little gif, my little cat gif going on. So cute. It took me a really long time to figure all that stuff out, so thank you for utilizing it and being such a sweet baby angel. I spent weeks I spent weeks researching how to make things pop up on the screen and make it a little bit more of a interactive experience here. But so far so good. I've been like craving going live throughout the week. So I might even do more than 2 days a week, but it really just depends. Wow. It looks nice. You think it looks nice? Thank you. I appreciate it. I think the green would be cool if you did like surface sanding to remove it. Yeah. Oh, just okay, and then leave the tips. so that it made green lines. Oh yeah, yeah, through the black. Oh, that would be really neat. It would look really Frankenstein's monster if I did that, wouldn't it? Very professional. Did you know I'm a streamer girl? I'm a real cool streamer girl. By the looks of it, it is pretty easy to make the lines be sort of black, but nothing in my house is lime green, and as much as I love the color green, it's a little much. Mini painting for D&D Warhammer figures. Yes. There are people in my extended life who actually do that kind of stuff though. So it's like I've actually watched people on Discord paint Warfigure Hammer mobobbers, and it looks like so much fun. I just don't know if I'm personally built for that tiny of crevices and colors and all that. Like I don't know if miniatures is for me. I'm a little clumsy to be doing miniatures. But I think what you're saying is to look up the technique, right? More than like painting tiny little things. I'm like, you know how big of a magnifying glass I would need for that? Holy. I'd need a pretty big magnifying glass. They have cool techniques for textured objects. Okay. My best friend paints hella miniatures. Yeah, you'd have to have, like, I don't know, like pop bottle glasses type of vision. I don't know. Like with the glasses on, not without the glasses on, obviously. I know at least like 3 or 4 people who do Warhammer for sure. There are tricks to make it less tedious for how tiny it is. Okay. I know that like some people have brushes that are quite literally like 6 hairs thick, right? So here I am working with the fattest brush known to man while I'm doing detail work on this tiny little frame. Washes and dries the brushes are useful. So between every color, right, you have to fresh water, dry it off completely, and start from scratch. Otherwise, you're gonna like muddy it up for sure. The hard part is holding the brush steady. Yeah. I bet you it's so rewarding when you end up with a character that looks exactly how you wanted it to, and you know that you did that. That must feel real good. And then you get to take it and play with your friends. What a fun little hobby. So, Warhammer the game, is that kind of like Risk, or like how how is it played? Because I don't know anything about it. I just know the minifigs are fun to paint. You know cars, you've seen someone do fancy painting on cars. Yes, actually that is Druid, that is one of my dreams and aspirations as a human being in capitalism. Like one day, eventually, I would love to paint cars. Now, I'm really curious to see what kind of detail work that I would be able to accomplish. I'm like okay. I'm okay at it, but practice makes perfect, right? Like you just gotta keep on trying and keep on trying. The lady I know who does pinstriping and stuff has got some serious technique. Oh, I believe it. Yeah, I guess Rab sees people paint cars all the time. Well, mixes up paint for it and stuff, right? The delivery vans at your work are all hand painted. I might be able to pull it off. Maybe. Just maybe. Supposed to have more like faith in yourself than I'm currently exhibiting, but that's okay. A wash is a diluted dark paint and it sticks in the crevices. Right. So it's kind of like what I got going on in here. Just a little different. So it's useful for shadows, and dry brushing is where you get most of the paint off the brush and then just bright lightly over the surface with a light paint to highlight all of the raised bits. And so you only let it touch the little peaks and valleys, hey? Okay. That's really interesting. I've had these tiny frames for 10 years, and I found them in my fabric box today and thought, you know how I would get so much more use out of them if they were the right color. So I thought for like end of crafting stream I could just make them the right color. That's really cool. I would love to get into painting cars, and it is definitely something I'm gonna work towards one day once expansion of the shop starts to happen, but that makes sense. I watched Toy Story 2 the other day and I really enjoyed the painting process on Woody during Toy Story 2. It was so satisfying. Anything needs practice, you're right. I'm trying to have more faith in myself as a human being and in my artistic capabilities, and a lot of the time I can be really obsessive, and so sometimes that really registers well in artistic careers because you do end up with a really good product at the end. So, I don't know. It is a career that I've thought of because I love the idea of mixing the paint. I feel like I'd be half decent at airbrushing it. Anybody who has to do makeup on a constant basis can probably paint a car. That's my opinion and I'm sticking to it. But I do really love the like really glittery paints that they mix up. It's a really cool effect. You should check out the techniques people use, especially if they start with a black primer. Yeah, like if I was to grab a gold paint right now and just like very lightly put the gold on the exterior, that would be very Facebook Marketplace of me, but it would also look really pretty. I'm just more of a black girly, in my heart and in my soul. And so this is where I'm having trouble. Like, do I paint the red ones or cuz I'm also very red. So I don't know. I'd probably use them more if they were black, let's be real. The red can sometimes clash. The good thing about black is that it just always suits. There's just like no way that it can't blend in. The little pop up may contain significant profanity and vulgarity. Look, I don't know if I'm supposed to press those buttons, but I do kind of swear a lot. So I don't want to get in trouble on my first week of the job. So prolific profanity is something I can probably promise. I do not think this is going to be a family show, but like, who knows? Some people don't mind swear words around their children, but they do make you like check off certain things before you go live. So I really just wanted to make sure I had my bases covered. My thing that bothers me is a few of the DIY folks that I watch started getting all this equipment that I feel really distances themselves from the audience. Yes. Like, good for you that you're able and capable to invest in like bigger pieces of equipment to use, but like you said, like how is somebody of the regular schmegular going to keep up with you or feel like they can keep up with you. So, like a laser cutters and CNC machines, yeah. Not saying I don't want that in my life one day, but I can totally see. Oopsies. Well, that's not good, is it? I ripped it. No, I feel you. Gotta be in the right category. Yeah, otherwise nobody finds you on this website, I've heard. One British guy who does a lot of dollar store toys and junk. Nice. That's how you keep relatable. Okay, why is it stuck? This one wants to stay red because it's not letting me in. Yeah, at what point is it not considered DIY? At what point is it you're just running a business and people are watching you? And you're right, like it's like shit. If you just thread it through a machine, give me my piece of freaking plastic, my guy. You could do it yourself. You just need $2,000. So true. That's so true, Rev. Can you not? Is it fucking glued in there? Bud, duh. Oh, got it. Ooh, jeez Louise. I think it was kind of glued in there. Well, that's not good. Oh well. What can you do? What can you do? It just hasn't been opened in 10 years. The cyber deck trend that you're seeing? The point of the cyber deck is to make parts that you have around to make it, but people are buying all sorts of stuff. New screens, new keyboards, everything. Yeah, at what point is that? I don't know, like it takes away from the fun of it, doesn't it? Like, see, I could just like do that, just very lightly. And then it would have like red background to it. There's all sorts of ways you can. I mean, that's really pretty, but. Some reds are just too plastic looking for me, and this is one of those kind of reds. That's really cool. I'm really glad that you follow a bunch of DIYers, Druid. That's really neat. I used to back in the day, but a lot of punks have really changed their ways, you know? Uh, I was like heavily into the punk scene, and I don't know, like it just kind of started to change one day, and I really do miss what it used to be, though. I do. Like having people over for DIY nights and such is kind of few and far between these days. But what can you do? I'm certainly gonna keep it pretty chill on my channel for sure. I'm not really gonna be putting a ton of funds into the stuff that I pull up. It's going to be usually stuff that you probably already have in your house, or, you know, that would take a DIY price to buy. Because, I don't know, in this economy, we like have to find things to do to keep us sane and happy. And everything is so expensive. So, like, let's not also make our crafts expensive, then we won't do them. That's the whole point of like trying to do this, is to try and get people to actually do the stuff that we've been kind of putting off for all sorts of reasons, but money can sometimes be one of them. You should do what I earlier suggested with the green frame. Remove the paint from the very tips. Just the ends. Just let the ends. It still needs another coat for sure. That was a very rough job. You want me to do it with the red one? Is that what you want? It looks so weird like that. I think it's prettier for sure. It's less plastic looking. The green. Remove the paint from the very tips. I do have sandpaper here, I do, so sure we could give it a shot. Yeah, secondhand shops is my favorite place actually to find stuff. I look through the bed sheet section more often than most people do because bed sheets make for great fabric and it gives you yards and yards and yards of it. So, bedding is a really good solid DIY material. But yeah, I definitely recommend the charity shops. I'm always at Value Village. I don't know what you guys call it where you're from. I think it's called Savers. But I'm constantly at the thrift shop looking for material. I have a bunch of like old leggings and stuff just for the material that I grabbed off of it cuz it's like those really like old galaxy print and stuff like that. 2008 galaxy print. Oh, how the times change. Red and black are so my color. It's actually sickening. Sickening how much I typecast myself. Yeah, and it is good fabric, yeah. There's a dollar store a block away. Yeah. So dollar stores are also a great place to get crafting materials. This paint I got at Michael's, but I had a coupon that made it 20 cents. 20 cents for this acrylic black paint, which of course it's not the best brand in the world, but we're having fun here. We're not trying to start an Etsy anytime soon, right? So, wow. But I feel like dollar store quality has actually gone up a lot in the last few years, hey? You know, since I became an adult, I realized I have my own money. Why wouldn't I pick to buy something in my favorite color? Yes. You're like, I don't have to buy the most random generic item. I can make it wholly me. And that's exactly a fantastic realization to have, Jessica. Why not buy it in my favorite color? Yeah. Sometimes I just like straight up will not buy something if it's not in the color that I want it to be. And if it's not, as you can tell, there is ways to change things to be more suited towards yourself. Genuinely, I would suggest doing this with spray paint because all of these little crevices are kind of a bastard right now. And I do wish I had a bit of a smaller brush to be working with right now. It's like actually treacherous to get in all these little holes. So I do recommend spray paint. It can go a really far way, and it's not super expensive. If I showed up one day and I wasn't in black or red, I would die. I know. Could you imagine if I did a pastel outfit? How weird would it be if I was in pink? Like full blown pink. Who is she? Do we need to check her into a hospital sometime soon? Because what is going on? I'd ask if you were okay. Thank you. I appreciate, to be loved is to be seen. So thank you. Thank you so much. All your utensils are in the are black? You have goth utensils? Stop. That can even exist? I didn't know that was an option. I'm so jealous. Because I'm an adult. Honestly, I think the whole reason we're on this planet, guys, is to, find out exactly who we are and then carve out a life that really represents that. And every single individual person is going to be different. And they're going to have different loves and different. And that's why everything should come in every color. Capitalism with Corey. Yeah, please send me a picture of your cutlery. I would like to see it. I do know that they have rainbow cutlery, but I did not know that they had black cutlery. That like titanium rainbow metal that a lot of things have been made out of in the last 10 years is something that really works for my brain, but I have not really desired to get a new set of utensils about it yet. But maybe you're inspiring me. Just maybe you were inspiring me for the kitchen utensils. There's this quote in this book that I read in the seventh or eighth grade, and the book is called The Perks of Being a Wallflower. And the quote is really symbolic to life, and it's just that we accept the love that we think that we deserve. So if somebody doesn't think that they deserve much out of life, they're gonna accept that. They're gonna accept the fact that they're just gonna play things really small, not really adventure out of their little, you know, little boxes that they've put themselves in. And so, in buying black utensils, you are not accepting less than what you think you deserve. And I think that's beautiful. I think it's really cool when people know that they deserve something special and something cool and they go for it. Hello, Life of Fandom. Welcome in. I'm sorry if I missed your message for too long and you've left the building, but I'm currently doing a DIY stream. I have made a taxidermy Labubu earlier today, so you can go back and watch the video if you missed out on the Labubu. But I'm currently working on these picture frames that I would like to be all black. I think I'll get a lot more use out of them if they are not these bright candy colored. I know I'll reach for them more if they're a neutral color. So I'm currently DIYing. If anybody else wants to work on projects around their house that they've been putting off, I would love to share the space with y'all. So like I was saying, if you think that you deserve a beautiful life that is filled to the brim with everything and anything that could represent you as a person, you're gonna get that. You're gonna work towards it and you're gonna strive to it. So that's what I took out of that quote, is that we're willing to accept what we think we deserve. And so that's how a lot of people get stuck up in abusive relationships, is because a lot of people think that that's the life that they deserve, is somebody treating them badly because maybe back in the day. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for the follow, Brianna. Hello. It's so good to see you. Hi. We're just DIYing away, gothifying these frames a little bit. Thank you. Thank you for the photos. I'm at 50! Hello! Hello, Brienne! Hello, welcome! You are my 50th follower, which means you have officially made me something special over here on Twitch. So thank you so freaking much. Hello, welcome in. 50 followers is such a huge deal. Thank you. I am just overjoyed. Thank you. Hello, hello. How are you doing today, sweetie? Wowie. You know, and I thought that would take me weeks. I really did. Oh, thank you for reminding me to take a sip of water. That potion sound, though. Yes. Everybody else should take a sip of water, too. Medication check? Is everybody taking their meds today? Sheesh. Okay, let me do the back, I guess. Ooh, it's still so sticky. Coated in paint right now. Actually, I can just hold it like that. This thing. Water, water. Raspberry iced tea. Okay. Big talker over here. I'm so jealous. Raspberry anything is mine and Jessica's favorite. Ever since we were kids, my friend, he made fun of us the one day for enjoying raspberries as much as we do. He said, raspberries are a poor kid food because you used to be able to find them in the back alleys for free. And that's so true. They grow like weeds. So apparently, our favorite is poor kid fruit. Yeah, we actually had a giant raspberry tree. And in my future house, which I am manifesting, I would love to have raspberry plants as well, so I could make my own raspberry iced tea every day, fresh. I got one of those pestles and mortars that you use to like squish shit up with, and that would work really good. Oh, thank you! That makes me so happy. Always, always down to be a good Instagram friend. Thank you. Man, there's a lot of nooks and crannies in this that I keep missing, and every time I turn it, I see more red. I think Druid was onto something. Yeah, that does sound so nice. Future house, yeah. So I'm currently house hunting, and this economy is actually kind of wild. Seems like everyone is moving and no one is moving at the same time. It's really hard to secure a place. I've messaged like 10 people to do walkthroughs of their houses, and not a single one has gotten back to me. So I'm just like, what is happening? Unfortunately, I also have very high standards. As I was saying earlier, we accept the love that we think we deserve, and Corey thinks she deserves a beautiful house with a beautiful lawn, good grass, a nice garage for her Camaro to be parked in, and like I am really, really hurting for a shower that's not attached to the bath. Hello, hello! Welcome in! Hello! So good to see you. Sweet baby angel.
I'm gonna be the prettiest girl at the party.
Exactly. Exactly. So I have really high standards for searching for a house. And so that might also be playing into the fact that I'm having trouble house hunting. But yeah. All right. Well, that's for a first coat, it's good. We're happy with. There's a lot of red still in there, but I'm gonna do a second coat on all of them. Alright. Do you want to see my Labubu since you just joined? Check it out. We have an official Labubu taxidermy, and it's very cute. I feel like the placard could have been a tiny bit bigger, but they did not really have very many placards to choose from. So I've gotten 1, 2 out of 3 tiny picture frames painted. And I'm going to continue the painting of the picture frames to continue hanging out with you guys because I'm having a lot of fun. Oh wait, I gotta take the plastic out. I love red, you know this, but I just I can't work with this kind of plasticky cherry. It's not working. I need my goth house. Painted black, exactly. It's our favorite thing. I see a red frame, and I want to paint it black. So I think I'll get a lot more use out of these tiny little things. Pop like some Instax photos in them, probably. Or just like print out photos from the internet or something, but I could see them being really cute in one of those like huge murals. What do you call them when they're not a mural because mural is a big painting, but a lot of people will put just a butt fuck amount of frames into like one. Is it a collage? I don't know. I'm not too sure. But feature walls. I don't know what they're called. I just really respect when people make them. I would like one. But yeah, that's the 2 things that I had on the docket today was to paint the frames, get them actually cohesive and looking pretty good, and then get the boo-boo out of the way. Down for a big wall of frames. Yes. And I have so many. I have so many that I haven't really been able to put up here for brick wall reasons. Can't really hang things too feverishly, especially when you're renting, right? They do not want you to drill directly into their walls, so I haven't really been able to use a lot of the wall decorations that I have. Put all my Polaroids in them? Yeah, exactly. I have so many. Do you even know how many Polaroids I have? Oh my gosh. One day I'd like to sit down on stream and. Hello, Vicky! Welcome in, Vicky. Thank you for the follow. One day I'd like to sit down on stream and just go through a bunch of really cool, like 35mm photos that I've taken or Polaroids. And in this similar kind of way, I'll have 2 cams going so you can get a nice close up on the film. Taking photos and videos has always just kind of been my little special interest. Pretty sure my phone has 19,000 images on it right now, and that's going to be a nightmare to cut back on. Exactly, I got a ton. I got a whole suitcase full of photos that I've taken over the years, so one day I'd like to sit down and just go over them with you guys and tell the tales of what's going on in the image. And there's a lot of fun like background stories. I was like toting a disposable camera everywhere with me in my 20s, so I actually still have 2 disposable cameras to develop from last summer. I just haven't gotten around to it. And plus, I think it's like $50 now to develop. So I don't know. I do not know. Yeah, 19,000 is too many. I have trouble when there's 10,000, and now I'm almost double that. That's gonna take me like 2 full days to moderate my own camera roll. It's not gonna be good. Yeah, disposables were and are the shit. The only place I can find to develop the disposables is London Drugs. And I don't think that people in the States have London Drugs. Pretty sure that's a Canadian only company. But I have not found any like small developers to develop my film for me. One day. One day. This frame in particular is giving me so much grief. I just need a really smaller paintbrush, but as far as I know, all of my paintbrushes are MIA. So I'm really just like jabbing it in there. But Druid had a great idea about like kind of sanding away some so that it would poke through, and I thought that was really cute. But I don't know, so far I'm feeling the full black. Walmart, I don't think they do. I think Walmart still has their little kiosks in which you can print film photos, but they're from other sources, you know. You'd take them on your phone, you'd take them on your digital, and then you would plug your little SD card in and print. And I've done that like umpteen thousand times. I just love having physical copies of things. Like, who knows when our Instagrams will all just collectively be deleted one day or something. Knock on wood. So I've done that at Walmart, but only the digitals. I'm almost positive they don't have the lab anymore. But why would they? How often do they come in, right? Not very often. Jab, jab, jab. See, I'm like kind of getting in there. I love an ornate frame though. That's my bread and butter. I was saying earlier, I think spray paint would have been a better idea, but that would have taken 4 seconds and then we'd just be sitting here waiting for it to dry, so not very fun content for sure. But I mean, how fun is watching paint dry? Let's be real. A lot of shelving. Like a lot of shelving. At least now that it's dry, I can really see where that green is popping through. Which is quite a few places. Yeah, I'm gonna need like wall-mounted shelves, bookshelves, movie shelves. I'm gonna need a stud finder. You got a stud finder? Yes. Perfect. Perfect. Second coat time. How's everybody out there doing? Always do the man thing. Oh yeah, it found a stud alright. Oh geez, the paint is just like rubbing off as I touch it. That's not good. Clearly was not. I mean, it kind of looks nice, but it also kind of looks. Yeah, I don't know. Not great. Yep, it found a stud. It's like when you pick up a pair of tongs, you always have to do the test, the little snap test. Make sure the tongs are working. I do have two studs. I do. Who needs another one? Two studs. I'm gonna make the studs do all the shelving. I was watching Quickened, my Twitch streamer of choice, and she was showing off her new shelving units that her carpenter boyfriend put in. And I thought to myself, damn, I don't have a carpenter boyfriend, but I do have two very fully equipped gentlemen. They'll figure it out. I just have to be really nice and bat my eyes, and it'll work. And then I'll have shelves. And it'll be great. But yes, right now, all of my books are very precariously standing in little piles all over my apartment because I do not have room for a bookshelf here. It is a very, very small unit that I'm living in, and I'm getting really tired of it. I don't want to live in a tiny box anymore. I want to have a yard that I can go put a blanket in and, take a little sun nap. That's the goal. No priming. Could cause issues with the paint. Yeah, I didn't even sand it or anything. I enjoy building things. Yeah. I do to a point. I like it if there's instructions. It's kind of my number one. Like I could build IKEA furniture all day long and not have a problem with it. Like I'm a very ridiculously patient person. Uh yeah. I really don't have a problem with sitting down with a project and going start to finish. When I had to build my bed, I did it at 3 in the morning and everything went fine, you know? It wasn't that bad. Bat your eyelashes, I'll do anything you want. Hell yeah, fuck yeah. If capitalism wasn't a thing, modular furniture? I have no idea what you're speaking about, Druid. What is a modular furniture? Like a trailer park furniture? What are you talking about? IKEA Swedish for fuck you. IKEA furniture rules, okay? It's just a little cheap. But it's honestly so good. For the bang that you get for the buck. Modular furniture scratches the brain. Multi-purpose and can change in some cases. So like when you go into a motorhome and you turn the table into a little tiny bed that nobody can fit inside. That's the only modular furniture I know about is like motorhomes, chairs swiveling into other things. My grandma used to have the coolest motorhome back in the day. I remember taking little naps above the chairs and just, you know, they were driving, I was sleeping. It was super unsafe, but that's the 90s. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out what a home version of a modular furniture is. That like a one of those beds that flips up? into a desk. Safety in the 90s, yeah. It truly wasn't a thing. It truly wasn't. They were hacking darts, smoking cigs while I slept. And like, if they were to hit the brakes, there was nothing to keep me from like flying out of that bed. You know? There was like some old scratchy fabric curtains that were really loud when you'd close them. And that fabric wasn't going to stop my tiny baby body from flying across the motorhome, but you know, I can talk about this because they can't exactly get charged. They have since left this realm, so I can out them as driving recklessly because no one is going to put a fine on their cemetery, I don't think. You never know in this day and age, though. A Murphy bed. That's exactly the word I was thinking of, and I knew it was a man's name. I was like, is it a Lucas bed? Is it a Gary bed? Like, I was like, it's a man's name. Murphy bed. Okay. I made a couch and dining table that turned into a bed? That's so genius, Druid. What? A couch and dining table that you could. What? Yeah, that's big brain thinking right there. Okay, I gotta wait for this one to dry because it is definitely still sopping wet. While it dries, I'll just go back to my chatting screen. I need water. A dining table that you can take off panels and store inside. So it has a felt surface so you can play board games. Nice. Has drawers on the sides for keeping character sheets and dice. This is for your Dungeons and Dragons, right? Which you need to tell me a little bit more about, because I would like to start doing that in the new home. Once I have a house and a kitchen table, which I do not have here. This is actually usually what I eat on, is this little desk. So, it would be nice to have a table. Take panels off and store inside. So you can make the table bigger, like a leaf? Is that what you mean? Not a dining coffee. I was thinking what I typed earlier. D&D table. Yeah. I saw like 4 or 5 free chairs on the side of the road the other day, and I almost pulled over. Almost. They were not pretty looking. They were very basic black plastic chairs, but I said I could sit on those for a while until I found something better. But I do need to find chairs for that table. Like you said, I'm just ruined for any other chair ever. We found the exact chairs that go with the table that is currently in possession that I don't have here, but now I don't want any other chairs because they were so pretty. The ones that go with the table. The panels on the top are an insert that goes over the insert felt part. Smart. So you can have either. Yeah. Okay. I like it. So you can have your felted table, but then you can like pack it up and kind of work on something else. Huh. Sheesh. There's cup holders built into it. Yes, queen. I would need 3 cup holders on my side of the table because I always have one for hydration, one for fun. You know, I'm repping the drink farm, as we call it. The drink farm. Yeah, that's really smart. Okay, modular meaning many different situations to use that furniture in. I got you. And I have plans for inserting a TV into the table and a computer for virtual map. So it gets better. It just keeps getting better. And outlets on the sides so you can charge your phone and tablets that could connect for the table. So nobody's like running back to the outlet every 5 minutes to check their phone. Yeah, making it interactive in the way of like comfort is incredible. I love that. So you can have all your drinks, all your gear, your iPad, anything you could need. And then if you're like having to look something up really quickly, you don't have to like run to your desktop computer across the fucking house. Every seat needs cup holders. Amen. Amen. If I ruled the world, every article of clothing needs pockets. There needs to be places to put our things. Capitalism really went off on things. You know, we have a lot of things, so we need to have places to put all of the things. I agree. I agree. Perfect for D&D nights that last all day. Exactly. No running to charge. That's like a 10-12 hour session kind of table right there. And then if you had like a little mini fridge in the room with the table, so if you need a Pepsi or a Dr. Pepper, it's right there. Scrap the TV for multi-projector. 2 projectors coming in from both ends of the table avoids all of the shadows. Do you think that you could create like Star Wars holograms doing that? could you do that? That'd be cool. Hello, Flippin' Zippo! Welcome back. Welcome back. I am doing a little DIY stream. Good to see you. I created this fake taxidermy. The Labubu. And he's very cute. So I made that little wall hanger guy today. So if you go back in the video later, you can watch that all come together. There's programs that can render gestures for things like that. Okay. We don't have hard light constructs yet. Oh, shoot. 2D would work. 3D is the problem. Okay. I've seen people do it with their cell phones, right? If you have like a certain number of like plastic or glass screen things. I've seen people make little holograms right over their phone, but yeah, thank you. Thank you for the compliment. I am also kind of slowly picking away at these frames that I would like to be black. We're just DIYing together today. Well, that's really cool. I love the idea that like maybe we might be close to being able to make Star Wars holograms for our D&D games. That's the dream, right? That's the dream. Soon. Soon. That makes me happy. I was thinking of using some riffid and maybe digital whiteboard type to detect where the pieces are on the board. We can't be more than 5 years from that technology. I agree. I think it's coming. I think it's a coming. I want to be able to like hologram into somebody's living room without having to leave my house. Don't we all? Don't we all? You can make homemade amiibos? That's really cool. I used their Zelda amiibos recently on Animal Crossing there. I didn't know you could make them. I've actually thought about buying the amiibo cards for the last villager that I'm on the hunt for, but what fun would that be? Why not keep villager hunting until the end of time? So many games you want specific rewards for. We can get them. And if we really wanted to, once we get a 3D printer, we can make the little dudes too. Okay, so they're not just like little chips. Just little chips that you hover over your Switch. Yeah, I really want Roscoe. I'm pretty sure his name is Roscoe or Roscow. He's a goth horse, and anybody who has them is so lucky. But I have not been able to find the goth horse on Animal Crossing to save my life. So I kept looking and kept looking, and then I got the little Kiki. Kiki is like a black cat. And so I got that villager, and it came up twice, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna stop searching for Roscoe the horse so I can just take this black cat, because I was so sick of doing it. It's such a... Hello, Kennedy! Hello, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow, Kennedy. It means the world. Thank you. So good to see you here. Currently painting these frames. They used to be really bright, like candy colors, and that's just not for me. So paint everything black forever. Force ghost ourselves. That is the future. Amen. That'd be so nice to program somebody's likeness into a force ghost before they die. Then you could still hang out with them. Oh, I bet you that's what fucking AI is gonna. I don't like that. I don't like that. I bet you AI is already fucking on it. Hang out with your loved ones until the end of time. Sheesh. Better watch what I ask for in this lifetime. Nice. That's black. Used to be red. It's black. Yeah, I could foresee myself actually using these now. How much does a 3D printer typically go for? Because I feel like a lot of people have been getting on the 3D printing life. They've got to have like base rate models, right? For us poor folk. Oh wait, my book about making money told me I have to stop talking that way, so I have to take that back. I can't call myself a poor folk. Brings bad energy. Even if it's true, I'm not allowed. They gotten a lot cheaper? I love to hear it. They got like the base rate, right? And then 400 Canadian? Okay. Well, considering how much you'll use it. It's just like I know that there's like a lack of respect in like 3D printing art and stuff like that when it comes to people going to markets. But I feel like using it in your own house for your own methods and your own reasoning, it makes kind of sense, right? I don't know. Everyone has big opinions on everything these days, right? But so long as you're not trying to sell me a dragon prototype for $40, then I think I'm okay. A resin printer, not a filament printer, so you get a lot more detail and don't have all the lines. Yeah, because a lot of people have to shave the lines off, right? Avoid resin. Resin doesn't seem to make higher fidelity, but it's toxic. Yeah, yeah, like don't put that in your house, right? Better in a garage. Yeah, I've heard resin can be really rough and like kids are playing with it these days in those like mini things, the mini balls that you pour the resin and you use the light. I'm like, oh geez, do these children have ventilators? It's okay. Our parents were like drinking lead, so I mean, at least it's not that. I know people have made themselves allergic to cannabis via resining poisoning. It can absorb through your gloves. Cannabis allergy because of resin. I'm gonna have to tell my sister about that. My sister is a pretty big cannabis connoisseur. She's a bud tender, so I better warn her. Not that she does a lot of resin, but she's an artist, so I think she would want to know that. She is an artist. And if she does get into that medium, that would be good to know. I feel like she would not be very happy if she got an allergy to her medicine. She has chronic pain, and so her medicine is of the cannabis variety because I don't know, some painkillers are just a little too intense for her sensitive little heart. And I get that. But thank you for letting me know that about. I didn't know that about cannabis and resin. This is news to me. A lot of people don't keep themselves safe. That's how Bob Ross died, my guys. That is how Bob Ross died. Is he was not properly ventilating his art room and he was throwing paint thinner everywhere. Everywhere. So he ended up getting really sick because of his paint thinner and the fact that he didn't want to wear a face mask on his show because he wanted to be friendly, he wanted to have his smile shining through, and yeah, unfortunately him doing hundreds and hundreds of paintings a year in an unventilated space got him very sick and he died very quickly. And so you know, it's pretty smart to have a mask. I don't have one, but this is just acrylic paint. I don't have any paint thinner around. Acrylics have similar chemical makeup, so your body can confuse them. Interesting. But yeah, as you said, our parents had lead. We have microplastics. Yeah. It's funny though, because our parents are still alive, so they're also getting the microplastics. They're doubling down. They got the microplastic, they got the AI psychosis. No. But you're right. Oh geez. Let me let your message go through. It's like sexual. It's like don't let them Say those words. There you go. 100% of sperm samples in a recent study had microplastics. 100%. How does it get down there? That's my question. How is the microplastic entering into a body like that? I'm very curious. 100%. It's in everything. Not anymore. Not anymore. Oh. Yeah. Would you recommend the snip? I'm very curious if you'd recommend it to everybody else. Our blood is full of it? Rab, our blood is full of microplastics? How did it get in there? How do I get it out? How do I get it out? That's so wild. Is it from like swimming? Or eating, drinking? Everything? I got modded. I know, I kind of have like a little bit of a mod system set up on the background there, but that doesn't mean I didn't want to see what you had to say. It's in our blood. Okay, awkward and uncomfortable, but not painful. Worth it. Yeah. You just have to be like really gentle with the area after, right? Because they do a good job of stitching it all up. But wow, that's fascinating. Okay, they don't have like a cleanse to get rid of the microplastics or anything like that. Does that exist? Doubtful. Doubtful. Negative. Negative. The new forever chemicals is just plastic. Dang it. Yeah, because like fish eat a bunch of plastic, right? And then you eat the fish, and then the fish puts it into your body or something like that. Water filters can remove them. Okay. Yeah, but it's still in the fish. So we're still kind of hooped, aren't we? It's in the water too? Is that because all of us used to use St. Ives apricot scrub with like little microplastic beads in it and shit? Or that's so scary. It's in our water. That too, yeah. There's actually just so many reasons, right? Water, food. What doesn't come in a plastic bottle? That's so true. And we're like heating up hungry man dinners in a piece of plastic. So, I mean, I haven't done that in a while, but soda cans do have a plastic liner. You're so right about that, Rab. And it kind of freaks me out a little bit, not gonna lie. It does. It does freak me out a little bit that because back in the day we used to make pipes out of those things. So people were torching plastic and they had no idea. I have to unplug my hot glue gun, I just realized. Because it is still smoldering away in front of me. Ow. People are actually pretty surprised to hear about the soda liners. Once I figured it out, I couldn't unsee it. I could not unsee the plastic liner. Every time I opened a soda, I was like, ew. This thing is killing me. Alright, I think we did a pretty good job here. Yeah. Most plastic waste is from corporations, not people. Toothpaste used to have those beads in it too. Oh my god, I forgot about that. They did. Right in your mouth. They really have us fooled, don't they? Don't get tricked into believing things like carbon footprint. No, I know. I really do try. Because, like, if I didn't try, I'd probably feel like a real jerk off for not trying, but I totally get you. I really do. I feel like the 1% needs to do a hell of a lot better before the 99. It's not even a lot of corporations, it's 10. Like a tiny little group. Mega corporations are going to be the downfall of humanity. Yeah, they're doing some serious damage. Okay, I forgot your comment over on YouTube. I'm sorry about that, Zippo. You got a gnarly 3D printed skull flower pot. That's so sweet. Couldn't make it yourself, so no shade there. That makes sense. I'm definitely not trashing anyone that comes up with really intelligent and creative 3D printing by any means, but sometimes the old recycled free prints do get a little bit tiresome to see at markets for sure. And there we go. Like even talking about 3D printing, we're talking about plastic, right? If we're not talking about resin, but yeah. I guess a lot of the filament waste from and then when you're sanding your 3D printed item, you're creating those microplastics that are going to be in your house, right? That could end up becoming consumed. They tried to ban straws, which are disability aids for a lot of people, and made them get all sorts of looks for wanting one. Yes. Yeah, it was really awkward because, like, not everyone can just, like, drink regularly. There's actually a lot of people who can't drink regularly. So, straws make up 8% of plastic waste. Yikes, that's nothing. That's nothing. Okay, so some filaments are biodegradable. Well, that's good news. That's helpful. Whew, that's yeah, that's not fun news for sure. But it's important to talk about it. Oh geez, I need to calm down those stream elements. They're going like hotcakes. The more you know. Um, can't drink directly. Paper straws dissolve and are ruined, and then they don't really work. Yeah. If you have nerve, jaw issues when you bite down, metal reusable straws, someone has to clean them and then also remember to bring them. So the disposable ones just like make a lot more sense, don't they? Yeah, we actually did do the straw banning here in Canada for a little bit there too. But I believe we went back on that. I think I've seen them a lot more often now, so now we're just dealing with the reusable bags from hell. How did this even fit in here before? It does not seem to be the same size. So odd. Did you guys have the reusable shopping bag bans as well? Or just straws? Actually, you know what? I'm just like not gonna put the plastic back in. It's not fitting very well and it's also gonna look really shitty. It's good to have a film over your image, But if it's not glass, I don't really want it. It's really kind of ugly, so I'm not going to reinsert the plastic, I believe. Reusable bags. I wish we could go back to the brown paper bags. That's actually what we're doing here in Canada. We've had the brown paper bags for about a year or two. And like they're nice, and I mean it works, but they are just a little bit fumbly and they can rip, so it's not a perfect solution by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a lot better than those like fabricy ones that are like how much less waste can those possibly be? Like genuinely. There's no way. There's no way that those plastic things that they make thicker than regular bags. How can that work? Like, I got about 40 million of them, but whoopsie. I'll have to fix that later. And you have to remember them. Yep. Gotta be clever enough, and a lot of us suffer with ADHD, and that makes keeping tabs on stuff like that really hard. Okay. I'm gonna scoot my thing out of the way. Let these dry. Oh dear. Get some WD-40 up in this house. I'm really happy that I hit 50 followers today. That makes me so happy. One step closer. Being a real streamer girl. I love when I'm served a forbidden straw. Oh, the forbidden straw. Yes. I feel you. It's kind of rare these days, isn't it? Reusable bags get treated as throwaways. It's so true. So true, but they're so much thicker. They're just like fabric. Consumer level solutions are a corporate level program, and it serves to make the companies money. Yeah, so they give us the solution, but then they make us pay for it, and they make us pay out the ass for it, and then it's also just like not that much better on the environment. So, yay! I should put this little guy over here in the background. Welcome to the family, Laboobs. This is actually harder than it looks, okay? Stay there. There we go. It would not stay there. That was so silly. They're made so cheaply that they aren't even reusable anymore. Yeah, like they fall apart after your first spring home. The problem I have with the paper bags is that they're kind of one use as well. I personally have never like rolled up a paper bag and brought it with me, but the fabric ones I kind of shove them in every pocket that I have. I like not having to buy plastic reusable. Yeah, yeah. It rewards the company for doing the wrong thing. They praise the banning of straws while still doing nothing, exactly. They still overfish the seas. It's the same with electric cars in the long run. There's still a lot of waste with the batteries. Yeah. Walkable cities, public transportation. I dig it. That's why I still take the bus. Electric cars are so bad for the environment. I know, but they're like planning to completely revamp our car industry to really push for the electric. Open pit lithium mines. Yeah, new salt batteries. Salt batteries? I guess salt is conductive, isn't it? And they're going to be pretty expensive, I think. Yeah, walkable cities. I agree. When you like go to other countries and you just see how beautiful and wonderful they've been set up, and then you come back to North America, it can be a little bit jarring sometimes because you're like, wow, this was built for cars and cars only. I don't belong here. So I would love for more walkable cities. But yeah, like a lot more paths, a lot more everything a little bit more closer knit would be nice. Noise alone of cars is sensory nightmare. I've really gotten used to it. Living in the city, I've gotten pretty used to it, but I totally could see how that would be a little bit too much. The only reason public transit isn't a big thing is because it doesn't make money. Yeah, you're right. Our public transit here in Alberta has gone up to $4. $4 for you to take a 90-minute ride on the bus. I think that's a little bit ludicrous. But at the end of the day, like you said, it's not really making money. And even if every single person pays their fare, how many bus drivers, how many train drivers do you have to pay a livable wage? And they also need danger pay because the amount of them who like run people over in the street, right? A lot of people unalive themselves on the train tracks, unfortunately, but so then you need a lot of benefits for the drivers as well. Same with renewable energy, exactly. It's not profitable, and that's like all we've created our society to be is like profit over everything. No cars would be so pleasant. High speed rail. Yeah, they've been talking about a high speed rail here for, oh my goodness, such a long time. And then they never do it. I'm like, can we catch up? Japan has it down. What do you mean I can't exploit the consumer? See, these are my people right here. These are my people. They get it. They get it. We're all just like angrily screaming at Cloud, man. Because, like, it's so true and everybody knows it, but no one's gonna do anything about it. That's the hard part. Yeah, I would really love a society that works really well. That would be great. But maybe we could make that together. We are kind of the next generation, right? We are the change. We used to have electric trams in most major cities, but the car, tire, and oil companies bought them, ripped them out, and replaced them. Okay. I think Vancouver still has electric trains. I do believe that their trains are still connected by wire and they run on electricity. And I think Vancouver is one of the only cities in Canada that still does it. It used to be like that here, but you know, like you said, Big Oil was like, nah, we need your money. So they took it out. Our trains are electric? Okay, that's good. Must be like some kind of current going, but the buses are not. Okay. I was reading a thing that the current conflict that the US has in the cost of equivalent to funding a New York City program for 800 years. They simply just don't want to help. Sheesh. Sheesh. That's incredible. Wow. Holy. For 800 years. How? Why? Okay, I fixed that stream elements. It shouldn't be as often anymore. Okay. Most of the time, the better solution is cheaper, but lobbying. Taking care of everyone is actually really, really cheap, but it doesn't bring a lot back into the pockets of the people who would. Yeah, like I know that I think Elon made some joke about how if somebody made him a plan to stop world hunger, he would do it. And then somebody actually sat down and did it, and they made him a whole plan for it, and then guess what happened? It didn't happen. So, all the people who do have the power to do something like that are simply choosing not to. Universal healthcare here, it costs the US taxpayers so much money to fund the government healthcare, but if we had a single player, the cost would drastically drop and we'd probably pay less in taxes for full healthcare. Yeah. We'd not have to pay insurance companies out of pocket either. Yeah, because you guys actually have to really go balls deep in the insurance policies, don't you? We have similar things, but we don't have to go as heavy into them for sure. It's kind of a choice for people. Like life insurance is really more important to us than health insurance. Broken down is like sub $1 per person or something like that. $1. $1. $1. You'd be amazed at how many train tracks are paved over. They just pave over it? Zippa, what? That's so interesting. Yeah, I guess I didn't know this, but I guess our trains are electric, which is really nice. I don't want to pay 80 cents a week for public healthcare. I'd rather pay 100 a week for private healthcare. Yes, and that's where you guys are at big time is everybody is kind of like all for themselves, all for the single guy, but I don't even notice that my taxes go to saving children's lives and like fixing old people's broken hips and stuff. Like I don't even most of us don't even notice it. So things like insulin cost $7 to make. That's nothing. And they charge people $300. What's that? A freaking 98% markup there? Like, what? That's so sad. I believe if you come up to Canada to get your insulin, it's a lot cheaper. I don't know if you're allowed, but in case anybody really needs to be at the drugstore for any reason, you could probably come up to Canada and get it. Luigi was right. Yeah. Those CEOs do not care if our family die. They do not care if our family die. It doesn't even keep them up at night. And I'm like, that's how you know you're a psychopath. Is that it doesn't even bother you. So. The creator of insulin wanted it to be free? That's a 4,000% markup. Free would be great. And didn't the inventor of electricity also want it to be free? And yet we keep letting psychopaths talk us into ruining the world. That's so sad. How do people live if it's $300 per insulin? How is that? How is that sustainable? That's so not okay. Brutal. My electricity bill is 5% electric cost. 95 bogus fees. Yeah. Yeah, when you really see the breakdown of it, it's like conversion cost, routing cost, wire costs. And you're like, but what does any of this do? Nothing. Nothing. Sam Altman, after being given a spicy cocktail, was like, we should give people universal health care. Yeah, no shit. No shit. Like, universal healthcare is the goal. It if you don't properly fund the hospitals, like what's happening in my province right now, you do end up with really long wait times, but people are still really just trying their best in the hospitals right now to streamline everything no matter what. But yeah, it takes fire to motivate it. It takes money to motivate it. It takes people giving a crap about other people to motivate it for sure. You guys had 8 what? There was 8 wild warehouse fires? What? I knew of one. I knew that there was one. Did that really spark a revolution? Interesting. Little fire to motivate. I see, I see. Yeah. It's up to 11? I hope people are okay. All I care about is that the workers are getting out. Like, as long as no human life is taken in all of that, like, go for it. And then everybody's gonna, like, whine about, oh, the toilet paper is gonna cost so much more now, but gotta do something, don't you? Gotta do something. They underfund hospitals and doctors so they can see it doesn't work. That's exactly where we're at, Druid. That's exactly where the person running our province right now is pushing us towards. See? See? Healthcare is so broken. And you're like, what? Now that you're touching it, yeah, it is. Get your grimy fingers out of there. It was doing fine for 50 years before you fucking stepped in and ruined everything. So, yeah, it's not nice. It's not good. A lot of people have left healthcare because of how they're being treated, um, especially with like after the pandemic surges of being on the job and watching mass death. Like a lot of people have left the healthcare industries, so need to take out a page out of the French protests and really stick it to these people. Yeah, put their tea in that river right now. No, take all their baguettes. We used to behead people for this. Okay, I like that. That was a better idea. I should have kept reading before before I talked. Yeah, we really got to get a little bit more serious, I think, because all of this like memeing that we've done on the internet it's not really doing jack shit, is it? Like you can only like put a meme of a political figure up so many times before nothing happens. So hit them with the only thing they care about, their money. Exactly. And that's why a lot of these fires have started happening for sure. Even recently, French farmers were pissed at the officials. They dumped tons of manure all over the doorsteps. That's great. That happened at my high school a few times, actually, now that I think about it. This is how the right wing, both major parties, operate in the US too. They intentionally hamstring programs and then say, ah, geez, it doesn't work. Yeah, they really do. They really do. They know exactly what they're doing too. They're really trying. And it can be very frustrating. Can pet cats in your game is the greatest feature added ever. A random side note, what game are you playing? Well, I'm proud of the French for standing up and doing something and making somebody smell the consequences of their actions, for sure. That's really good news. Oh, geez. Stream elements can be really intense. I need to figure out a better vibe for that. I'm sorry. You live and you learn. Assassin's Creed. Nice. That's like, yeah, that's the solution I have. Pet cats. Feel better. Pet cats feel better. No, I feel you guys. We're currently in that mess as well. Canada isn't really that different than the States, especially where I live. So, I feel you really deeply. I really do. And I'm just really hoping that we can claw our way out of, well, I mean, it's like every goddamn day it seems to get a little bit more worse and stressful and awful. And I really think that they're trying to strangle us with bad news so that we start to become like susceptible to it, or not non-susceptible to it. Like, I think they want us to be jaded. Is that the word? It got worse in the US since Citizens United, but Reagan messed up a lot too. Current Dems and Reagan repubs and current repubs are 1940s mustache men. Mustache men. We have to support ourselves. Seek community and help your neighbors. Exactly. Exactly. I think community is really, really gone under. That's exactly why I launched this page, is that hopefully we can create a sort of community together and push each other to do better in every way and to stay sane throughout some of the hardships that we've been going through. So I agree. I think it's really important to keep your friends and family really close and to have a tight knit community. I mean, and then make sure that they're okay. Like, if we can feed each other, if we can grow gardens where we can exchange different things. I know personally in my life there's been a lot of different trades happening, and so the bartering system coming back into play has been so refreshing to watch. I've seen so many people strike great deals with each other on, you work on this, I'll work on that, and that's what makes the world go round. Let's not forget our roots and where we came from, right? So I feel you so hard on that. When a politician specifically says they do not care about their own people because they need to support this other country that nobody supports, yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I actively got off the internet for a while because I wasn't able to handle the absurdity of your president. Like, I really couldn't. I know being uninformed is not particularly great, but that's 95% of them. 98% of them. Gift giving economy is one of the best models. I like it. It reminds me of being a kid. It reminds me of the good old days, you know? I take my excess, give it to my neighbors, and they in turn help when I need it, and we all support each other. Exactly. If you're gonna grow a garden and you're not gonna eat all of your zucchinis, pass them along. Don't let them rot. Don't let them go bad. Actually help people out in that way. I'm all for community, and honestly, community just makes me the happiest version of myself, being able to kind of lean on one another and just soak in each other's goodness, be inspired by one another, you know? That's just what really gets my motor humming, is supporting one another and helping. The amount of food waste in the country, exactly, from big corporations is ridiculous. Yep. And of course, they've like tried to start companies where food waste becomes a little bit less. There's like certain subscription boxes where you can buy odd looking food so they don't throw it away. And I think that that is a really decent solution to it. You know, if you don't care what the vegetable looks like and you're just going to mash it up anyways, just buy a bunch of odd looking potatoes. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. They're gonna sue us if they get sick, right? So then they just throw it all in the compactor. I used to work for Walmart, and the stuff I've seen, the amount of food waste, it's like really heartbreaking. And then again, like bringing me back to my days in the restaurant industry, food waste was ridiculous. At the end of one shift, you would have a entire garbage can full of wasted food. For what? You know? It's so sad. Even then, those are ploys. Dumping food in the dumpster and then covering it in bleach. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Always instructed to destroy it. Yeah. Yeah, and if you're caught taking it home, oh, you're in trouble. They just don't want to get sued. But then again, you know, North America is very sue heavy. I feel like we're all kind of at each other's throats all of the time, and that can be counterintuitive, I would say. Just everybody rip roaring, ready to like get what they're owed and bring someone to court, and for important things, I get it for sure, but you're getting sued by a sue happy person. No, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It seems to be an epidemic where you guys are from, for sure. It seems like something that really picked up steam, and doesn't that just clog up the system if you're suing somebody over every little thing? Doesn't that just clog up the system? I don't know. Delivery driver fell in your driveway during a snowstorm. What? It was, yeah, it's snowing out, and so immaculate weather. Be careful. And if you're not careful and you fall down, well, that sucks, but maybe you should have been more careful. But then again, you guys have that, like, healthcare situation, so he's like, I have to go to the hospital and it costs me money. But here, it's like, oh, I have to go to the hospital and it costs me time. Got a certified letter of being sued because they were in your driveway. This is why community barely exists. Like, can't even just like realize that it was your own mistake. If you look at major lawsuits that were considered frivolous, we were lied to about the details. Actually, you know, it's funny because my brain did go to McDonald's coffee lady when I said those words, so it's really ironic that you bring that up as a example. It was actively snowing, wearing bad sneakers, in a pink tracksuit. I have a perfect image in my head now. Thank you for that. 90% sure she saw that you didn't have a camera and sat down in the snow and called an ambulance. Are you gonna get a camera now? Are you gonna get a camera now? I would if I was you. That's really sad though. And it's like, how do you prove that that didn't happen if you don't have one of those? It's really unfortunate. I was looking out the window and suddenly she's on the ground. No scream, no flailing, no noise. And then she's what? Yelling at you and being like, "I fell down in your driveway." And you're like, "Good job." No yelp in pain, nothing. Just sitting in the snow and really upset about it. And so you were expected to just like salt the driveway? Like what is your what's your place in this? I was so curious what they were expecting of you to do while it was actively snowing. That's actually something that I really need to take into account while house hunting is that I'm going to have to be liable for taking care of the sidewalks, right? That's something I haven't done, sheesh, I don't know, since I was a kid. So that's something that I'm gonna have to keep an eye on. It was salted and it had clear walking paths, so you would have really had to have fallen intentionally. So is that like a lot of people's get out of jail free card and like is that people's retirement fund? Is like I have to fall somewhere that I don't belong and someone else has to pay me for it? That's interesting. There we go. I let it through. Got modded again. I'm sorry. I keep letting them through eventually. Maybe I should turn down the sexual ones. I bet you that's what it's catching itself on. Because you said crotch. I didn't even know crotch could be like sexual, but okay. She fell walking away after the delivery, so clearly made it all the way here just fine. You're like it was after you got your package. Okay, McDonald's lady had third-degree burns all over her crotch because they made the coffee like 180, 190 degrees, and all she wanted was the bills paid for her burn. Okay, okay, and then society really blew that one out of proportion, did they? I wouldn't doubt that. People love a good story, right? They spun the story, yeah. I figured. Make it more interesting, but yeah. And honestly, I can't believe that my brain instantly went to her lawsuit of all people when I was saying that. The frivolous things in life, right? Like like McDonald's coffee, but no, you're right. And burns can be very destructive to your skin. I find our skin tissue is so sensitive, and I feel like burns are the biggest scars. So, I get it. Having a little warning on there doesn't hurt anyone, I guess. They're an awful soulless corporation. They really are. Hello, Senior Limpo! Hello, hello. I mentioned you in my first stream ever. I saw that you were on Diablo when I was playing, and I wanted to find a way to play along with you. But we'll figure that out later. Thank you for lurking. Yeah, I gave you a full blown shout out there. I was like, oh, Senor is on Diablo. Wonder if they want to play. And then I said something like, oh, they're probably like ridiculously overpowered, so I don't think I could play with them. Because you're always 10 steps ahead of me. Oh, no worries, no worries. Thank you for the view while you search for your debit card. I wish you luck. Check the back of your phone case. Sometimes people put them in there. when they're trying not to lose them. But thank you for the view while you search for your debit card. Good luck. I still have burn scars from my first kitchen job. I believe that. Oh, did you guys hear about that kitchen person that stuck their whole head in the fryer? Yikes. That scared me really bad. Coca-Cola had people assassinated. It's known, but they don't get any flack. I feel like a lot of people in America get people assassinated. I feel like contract killing is actually a whole thing in America. Like, wow. It's so scary. But like they also used to put cocaine in their soda, and that's not really good. Sugarcane plantations in South America were revolting against them for exploitation. I believe it. I feel like Coca-Cola might be, big big reason why we're having so many struggles. Sticking your whole head in a fryer makes me think of Toxic Avenger. Hey, that reminds me. My friend Dave told me that he was gonna give me a Toxic Avenger VHS. And he also said he was gonna give me The Shining. I really need to hook up with Dave and like get that Toxic Avenger VHS. He's invited me to a few outings and I keep saying no, so I have to say yes. And then I need to bully him out of his VHS. Thank you for reminding me of Toxic Avenger. I've never seen that movie, but I really want to. The amount of times we've made that joke about the fryer. Yeah. Somebody went with their intrusive thoughts. Somebody rolled with their intrusive thoughts and they died. Cocoa plant, not directly cocaine. They made reference to it in the Fallout games. Nuka-Cola, yes! I really want to play Fallout. Have you played it? That's a game I do really want to play. I've been really enjoying all of those Fallout cosplays that people have been doing on Instagram lately, where they'll be like holding a few bottle caps in their hand and they're like going to throw them out into the garbage can and they stop and think about like, and then it like transitions to them being in Fallout gear and holding the Nuka-Cola caps and like keeping them and like putting them in their pocket because like they're thinking like, well, could this possibly be useful one day? I've seen at least 6 of them and I love every single one. You've played all of the Fallouts? Nice. I think they were actually onto something and people even tried to help pull them out. Oh, they were on something, like some kind of drug. So they probably got burned as well, hey? In the trying to pull them out. That's traumatizing. What a bad day at work that would be, hey? Sorry to be a bummer. I'm gonna change these times. Okay, Fallout games are on Game Pass. That's good news. I do not currently have Game Pass, but you do. And I am going to steal it from you. I will steal it. I had Game Pass after I got into Diablo for the first time. You suckered me into Game Pass, and I paid it for a few months, and I think I only played like 1 game on it, so I regret. I have deep regret. No, exactly. It'll feel so much more worth it, but I'm just gonna have to find a way to extend the storage in my laptop. I'm pretty full up. I guess I could download games on your PC, but like, then how do I stream them? I put so much work into my OBS, I can't just like, you know, copy and paste it, can I? I don't know. We'll see. Fallout is on my list though. Fallout is one of those games that I'd really like to do as a stream. I think it'd be fun. Damn, we really did it. We really did it. We did the first DIY stream. I was the only one DIYing, so it wasn't as successful as I would have liked it to be, but that's okay. At least people can rewatch the VOD and potentially DIY while they're watching me glue my teddy bear down. I think it turned out okay. Pretty silly. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's nice to have a place to vent and to talk shit. It really is. It's really nice to just gather and let things off your back that have been bothering you for a while. I mean, I personally don't think that the world can change for the better unless we actually try, and so every little bit of effort that we can put towards not only our own personal worlds getting better, but also collectively. So, the fact that I know a bunch of people with great morals and great drive is just, I have so much hope for the future. I really, really do. External hard drives or storage, or figure out how to use both. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. You're so sweet. I appreciate it. I really do. It feels good. I'm definitely a yapper though, so it's I think it's the right space for me. I really do. And I'm just so happy y'all are here. Congratulations on the channel having over 50 followers in its first week. And the streams will only get more fun from here, I think. Now that I feel a little bit more comfortable. It's always nerve wracking at first, but after you're sitting for 4 hours, it's like beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, it seems like this time slot seems to work kind of okay for people. If I can push it to 2 p.m. maybe one day, I feel like more people will be able to join, but I haven't quite decided yet. Just gotta trial and error it, right? But thank you so much. I just read that again and it just made me so happy. Uh yeah. I need a more diverse crowd. I need people to, be coming from all different walks of life and lending their experience as well. I don't want it to feel super limiting, and I really think that this will be a lot better where people from all genders, all walks of life can, really feel like they can carve out a space here. And I couldn't do it without you. So thank you for being here. It means a lot to me. It really, really does. Feels good. Feels good to have a little bit of purpose and a little bit of meaning. But hell yeah, let me just like click up onto Twitch real quick. I just want to see Because I think I did an achievement, but I think it was just the follower achievement. I have to sneeze. Oh, new day, new stream. Okay, so it was a different achievement. It was just that I've streamed for more than a few days. Stream for 8 hours in the last 30 days. That's my accomplishment. Hey! Thank you. Thank you! Good girl. Very Frankenstein of me. Okay, cool. Yeah, stream for 8 hours, last 30 days completed. Sorry to scare the shit out of you. The key here is just being a regular at it. Okay. Thank you! Yeah, you have to just like show up a lot, right? You just gotta be like always here. So that when people are like, I'm bored and I want to hang out with somebody, you're here. I will absolutely do that. It'll be a hell of a lot easier, I think, to show up. Especially since I can wear amazing cozy clothes. Hello! Hello, Casey Wacy! That is a cute username. Hello, welcome in. How are you doing today? Casey Wacy. You're doing good. I'm so glad to hear that. I'm doing great today. I did a little DIY stream and I created this Labubu taxidermy that you can hang on your wall. It's pretty cute. Yeah, pretty cute. So we all hung out today and just worked at that, which I've wanted to do that for quite some time now. I got a little bit of paint on his face that I gotta give him a little face wash, but yeah, I just like really like the idea of that. Not really like a bag charm kind of girl, but I bought one anyways, and then I very quickly realized that I'm not really a bag charm kind of girl, so yeah, I just thought I'd hang them up on the wall instead. A little bit more up my alley. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Druid. I do not know how to say your username. I'm so sorry. How am I supposed to say this out loud? Xantippe. Xantippe. I just call you your name. Thank you for being here with me today. I'm uncertain how much longer I should hang out, but Xantippe. THP. Tip. Xanth. I don't know. I've never had to say it out loud before. Go eat dinner or something. Sheesh. Yeah, you're right. You're right, you're right. I actually don't know what to make for dinner tonight. Xantippe. Thip. Thip. I don't have a lisp. I can't make that noise. I'm not really sure what to make for dinner. Kind of just want to buy tacos. I'm having a taco craving. Chicken chili! That's a great idea. I need to actually come up with a bunch of crock pot recipes for stream days. Because at least 2 days a week, like I'm not gonna be puttering around during my usual puttering hours. So I gotta have like dinner cooking in the background while I stream. I was prepared last week, but this week already fallen out of the fallen out of the cycle, so. Oh, Druid, you're gonna possibly make tacos? You don't need lettuce. You don't need lettuce for tacos. You kinda do. You kinda do, but. Like, do they even put lettuce in Mexico? Or is lettuce, like, white people taco? I love tacos. Tacos are my favorite food in the whole universe. They're just so versatile. You can make them with any kind of protein. And if you load those little bad boys up with onions, I'm gonna be so happy. I just need all of the onions. Lettuce is white people tacos. Okay. You don't need lettuce. Take inspiration from the Mexicans. They know tacos better than anyone. Cheese, cilantro, and onion. I wish I could have cilantro, but alas, I guess I can't. Yeah. Well, you can do it. Make the tacos. I wish I had chicken chili though. That sounds really good. No cilantro for me. Gordita, yeah, cheesy gorditas. Those are my favorite. Some reason the cheese kind of tastes like ranch though when you get them from Taco Bell. So I don't know what's going on there, but a cheesy gordita sounds lovely. Oh, you're just gonna make them? You refuse to buy fast food. You're smart. You're smart. I am way too lazy to not buy fast food. I need to work on not being so lazy. That would be great. You just like changed your life up like that? That's really impressive. Yeah, I'm really impressed by that because I outsource for food a little bit too often. A food channel? That's a great idea. Let me add that right now. I can do it. How do you spell recipe? Recipit? Recipe? Recipe. I'm so glad you already typed it. I'll add the recipe. Yes, please. I honestly think that's a great idea. Because, like, what is a community if we're not helping each other eat, right? I find a lot of people have a lot of trouble with that stuff, and I totally get it. Me too. Recipes? Yeah, I think recipes. Plural. Put as many as you want. Texts. Messages, images, GIFs. Got it. Yay! Okay, I think I have it made. Boom. There we go. I had to make like a welcome message. Just felt appropriate. Baja sauce. D.I.Y. Taco Bell up in here? How are we so lucky? Yeah, I think food sharing sounds like a great plan. I have a hard time coming up with ideas, so having somebody else give me inspo is incredibly helpful. Ooh, oatmeal raisin does sound really nice. That would be a way that I could actually eat oatmeal. Not gonna lie. I'm really sickened and disgusted when it's all wet and sloppy like the way it gets. So if I had cookies to give me that extra boost of fiber, if you do remember the recipe, please hit us up with it. I would love to eat more oats. That's that good fiber that the doctor talks about. A guy's eyeball the cookie recipe every time. We're gonna do more baking. We're gonna. And we're even gonna bring the baking to the streams. I'm so excited. I've been talking about that for ages, how much I'd like to just chill and bake and have a good time. My my grandma used to bake with me a lot, and she'd always set up the camera and we'd have a whole to do of it, right? So I have a lot of old family videos where, I'm just got a little apron on and baking away. So let's just bring that to the channel, why don't we? Gotta do baking with a scale. You're smart. You have a skill though, right? I don't. I never measure anything when I'm cooking, but yeah, you're right. A scale is such a good idea for baking. Because even if you like fill a cup with flour, that doesn't mean there's not a big pocket in the middle of the cup. You never really have any guarantees that it's exactly a cup. But then if you measure it, you do. Yeah, the long-awaited baking streams. It'll happen. It'll happen. Yeah, so while I'm house hunting, I am also really trying to find a decent kitchen, and may I say, that is very ridiculously hard to find. Uh, I find a lot of kitchens are set up just atrociously. So I would love a good kitchen with like an island that I can kind of spread out on and then have like everything right there. I don't mind my kitchen here. It's okay. I could make it work, but I'd probably be tripping over myself a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, and then we get treats out of it, right? It'd be so nice. People who design kitchens don't cook in them. It's so true. It's all for looks, baby. It's all for looks. So, yeah, I'd like to take this into the kitchen for sure. So, any kind of recipes you got, hit me up. My son. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. So cute. 4.5 hours. Wow, we really did that, didn't we? I'm proud of us. Thank you. I appreciate the Labubu project. Joy. Now he can stay nice and soft. That was the whole point. I was like, I'm not gonna have some matted up lafufu hanging off my bag. Let's keep him nice and soft. It's so silly. It is so silly. But that's the only Labubu in my life, so. Okay. I'm probably gonna cut us off here feel like 4.5 hours is a decent stream, and I can come back better on Thursday. Get out of here. Get out of here. Thank you. I appreciate it. I will go relax. I'll relaxy taxi my way into Wednesday. You relax too. And hopefully, whatever game you decide to play tonight is prosperous for you, or whatever movie you choose. I did it. I did it. I did it, my friends, and I'm gonna keep doing it over and over and over again. So if you want to hang out, I'll be here Tuesdays, Thursdays. Next month, I'm gonna be here on Sundays too. So I just have to make my life work before I implement too much. But like, maybe if I'm like craving hanging out with y'all, I might pop in every other day too. We'll see. Trying not to overkill myself, but it is what it is. I'm ill, so I'm suffering. No, you take some medicine and get some rest. See you, Brienne. Thank you so much for hanging. It means so freaking much to me, and for ranting with us. I appreciate it. It is always nice to get a good rant out. Okay, 3 days is a perfect goal. I love to hear it. I love to hear it. 3 days is like not too much and not too little, I think. But yeah, I will be back here on Thursday, midday, and hopefully we'll see you here. And yeah, once I get those nighttime streams going, it'll be a little easier to balance everybody's schedules, because obviously some people are not capable of doing this midday, but that's okay. We'll make it work for everybody, and we're all gonna have a really good fun time, I promise. Okay. Thank you. I really appreciate that. If you have to come pretty late on Thursday, that's fine too, but if you don't make it, A-okay. We'll make this work one way or another, I promise. Okay, everybody. Thank you so freaking much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Rab, for donating to the audio goal. That was very, very kind of you, and that means that in the future we will have a better stream. Now go and make something. Go relax. Go play a video game. Go do something that sparks joy. Don't be scrolling on your phone all night. And that's my best advice, my friends. Oh, what a good day. I appreciate y'all. Kiss your animals and love yourself. It's the only thing we're ever guaranteed. Love you! Love you, love you, love you. Bye! Get out of here. Good night.